of the first over for 4. So 7 came out of the first over. This ball is stroked into the point region. It's fielded and there's no run. Good conditions here today at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Lovely day for cricket, you might say. Nice breeze prevailing easterly blowing across the ground. It's Mackenzie into Guerra. That one's just tapped down onto the offside. No run. Interesting start for the CWI with the future West Indies cricket on display. Of course, Barbados are the defending champions. Trinidad and Tobago, though, won it a couple of seasons ago. He's like a professional outfit as Mackenzie in again to Guerra. Turning it backward off square. They go through for 1, and that's all they'll get. So the score moves on to 8 without loss. We're in over number 2. Guerra goes on to 2. I say a very good morning to Kashav Borar Bahadur Singh.
Yes, indeed. A pleasant good morning to you as well. Definitely excited to be here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Lovely Antigua.
First time in Antigua?
I would say first time in quite a number of years.
Right,
in fact,
okay.
The first time I visited here was in fact with Trinidad and Tobago under 14 secondary schools team.
Right.
I came to Toa Antigua, and that would have been some, not to give away my age, but 17, 18 years ago.
So Mackenzie is now bowling to the right-handed Jordan Julian. And he comes now to Julian. Ball bang on target. Stroke back to the bowler. No run. So a similar field for the right-handed Julian. Slip, gully, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket and fine leg. He's also got a third man on the boundary as he runs away from us now into Julian. And played down on the offside. No run. Restrictions on the pace bowling. They can only bowl a maximum of 6 overs in a spell.
Yeah, I believe the restrictions, they can bowl a maximum of 6 overs, and then they have to take a rest of either 6 consecutive overs from that same end, or a total of 60 minutes, depending on whichever one comes first. So it's a interesting situation where they're trying to just manage the workload of the fast bowlers and at the same time ensure rotation.
Most definitely, because under 15, so don't want to manage their workload properly. 8 without loss at the end of the second over. Patrice Fraser is taking up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end of the ground. He's bowling to the left-handed Davis Guerra coming around the wicket. That seems to be the norm these days. Every time there's a left-hander, bowlers tend to go around the wicket to them. Not everybody's a Kemar Roach. So. And he comes now to Guerra, and that's glanced down to a fine leg for a comfortable single. Guerra goes on to 3. The score 9 without loss.
And as you mentioned, Kemar Roach and those right-handers coming around the wicket, 2 left-handers, it's really something that if these youngsters can model their bowling after, it would certainly be an asset to their game. Of course, Roach, one of those experts, getting that ball to just pitch in line with middle and off and just veer away or veer in to the left-handers, depending on whatever he chooses.
Yes, most certainly perfected that art. Dabbed into the offside. Backward point does the fielding, and there's no run. Fraser, tall, lanky, fast bowler. But I'm more of the old school Kashan that you stay over the wicket and take the ball across the left-hander, especially early in the innings. It's Fraser in again to Julian, plays it again to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's 2 different schools of thought in terms of that approach over the wicket, around the wicket. But I agree with your line of thinking in that when you go to that over the wicket line, you always give yourself more chances of dismissal. In fact, well, the leg before wicket, as well as that natural angle just going across the left-handed batter.
Fraser in again to Julian. This ball's knocked in the air into the mid-wicket region, but quite safe. They go through for a single. Takes Julian up to 6. And the score 10 without loss. Yes, and we say somebody like a Kemar Roach, who's perfected the art of coming round the wicket and getting the ball to straighten or to leave the left hand, as you were saying, Kashab. But that is an art, you know. Round the wicket, this time to the left-hand Guerra. He cuts that straight to a gully on the bounce to complete the over. So at the end of 3 overs, Trinidad and Tobago, after being sent into bat, a 10 without loss. Julian is on 5 and Guerra is on 3.
Somewhat of a cautious start, you would say. Just getting themselves adjusted to the pitch, the conditions, and of course the bowling lineup. The opening pair from Trinidad and Tobago, Julian, in fact, from the southeast zone in Trinidad and Tobago, and comes from Naparima College there, and Davis Guerra from the north zone, plays for Fatima College Secondary. Both of those teams recently involved in the Secondary Schools Cricket League back in Trinidad and Tobago, and reaching very close to the semi-finals and final stage respectively of the Intercol T20 competition. So they would be in some form, these players.
Going to be Rafael McKenzie to continue. Bowling to Jordan. Clips that straight to gully all the way along the ground, and there's no run. Yes, and I remember the last time the under-15s championships were here, Kashav, that Trinidad and Tobago, they won the championship. I'm pretty sure that season they went through undefeated. But they look very polished, very professional outfit, which was very impressive for players this age. Again, bang on target is McKenzie, played out to short extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think that Trinidad and Tobago team, as you said, polished is an excellent word to describe them, because a lot of those players, despite being at the under-15 level, they came through the ranks, so from primary school to secondary school, under-13 level. So upon reaching that under-15 stage, in fact, a few of them were involved in the under-17.
McKenzie in again to Jordan. He's driving at that one. Half an appeal, but no edge found.
Yeah, so it's a situation where, for example, the skipper, Brendan Boodoo, he is someone who In fact, at present, he plays in the Premier 2 ship division in Trinidad and Tobago, which is just below the Premier 1, so involves a lot of seniors, a lot of present and former national cricketers. And it just gives you an idea. He has just finished under 15, only 16 years of age, but he's playing at that high level.
Right.
And several of the other players as well play for their club teams.
Mackenzie, full pitch delivery, driven backward of point by Julian, and good running. They pick up 2, so Julian goes on to 8. The score is 12 without loss in over number 4. Yes, but you guys, Kashav, down in Trinidad, you seem to have a good structure. You know, we find it difficult here in the Leeward Islands because everybody's spread, and it's not all competitions available to all the islands. Played backward a point again by Jordan, but Julian, but there's no run.
Well, and I think, in fairness to you guys, I mean, it would be difficult if you have players coming from different territories and then to arrange practice, to arrange competitions. Involves a lot of different factors such as cost, time, expense, not only monetary but physically.
Exactly.
Parents, especially with youngsters involved at this age.
Mackenzie into Jordan. Short delivery, looking for the pull. Doesn't make contact. Wide call by the umpire. Bernard Joseph there. Central umpire. Square leg is Johan Williams. Match referee for today is Jari Edwards. Yes, it does make it difficult, and then you end up with situations like this where you more or less, you're trying to give everybody a go in such an important championship. It's great that Cricket West Indies were able to bring back the under 15s and under 17s championships. Again, he's on the pull. Big appeal for caught behind. But Mr. Joseph says not a wide.
The umpire unmoved and does not seem inclined to change his decision. There's a pull, and that ball definitely seemed to pass some way away from the bat.
Look, yeah. So successive short balls by Mackenzie. Comes in again to Julian, who plays it quietly to short extra cover to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago, after being sent into bat, are 14 without loss, with Julian on 8 and Guerra on 3. Yes, so back here live at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, it's Patrice Fraser bowling from Sir Andy Roberts' end. He's bowling to Julian, who's on 8, score 15 without loss. It's played into the extra cover region and no run. Let's go through the Trinidad and Tobago team for you, captained by Caden Pollard, which of course is Kyron Pollard, former West Indies white ball captain, son. Vice captain is Zion Phillip, Dylan Lee Chow, the wicket keeper, Elijah Ashton, Davis Guerra, who's out in the middle now, Laurel Giuseppe, Sanjeev Bachu.
That's a majestic stroke there through the cover region. Jordan Julian finally getting into the action all along the carpet for 4. Lovely shot there, Teddy.
Yes, excellent shot. And that's the second boundary to him that he scored through that backward point area. So he moves on to 12, 19 without loss. Continue with the Trinidad and Tobago team, Jordan Julian, who just hit that boundary, Giovanni McKnight, Ethan Ramcharan, Samuel Stewart, and Jaden Sadofal. As Fraser in again to Julian, he plays that into the mid-wicket area for a comfortable single. So Julian moves on to 9 and the score 16 without loss. In fact, Julian's on to 13. And the score is 20 without loss as the scoreboard updates. So 20 without loss, 1 ball to go of the 5th over. So not a bad start here for Trinidad and Tobago through Julian and Guerra after being sent into bat by Richard Ramdahol, the Guyana captain. Round the wicket to Guerra, he plays it into the offside and no run, so that completes the over. So at the end of the 5th over, Trinidad and Tobago are 20 without loss. Jordan Julian's on 13 and Davis Guerra is on 4.
Well, I would say it's a very decent start for Trinidad and Tobago. 4 runs per over. First ball play, initial stages of the innings, first game of the tournament. So many factors involved, and of course these youngsters would understandably have some nerves, some fresh anxiety for coming into this regional tournament, which is natural and expected in this lovely sport of cricket. But the irony is they seem so calm when you look at that shot of them on your screen. They're very relaxed, and even the pair at the wicket don't seem to have anything troubling them at this point in time.
Yes, not at the moment, Kashalva, and that's the thing about the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Really be on the money as Mackenzie continues from the commentary box end. Defended into the offside by Julian, and there's no run. Because it's normally a pretty good batting strip, especially for white ball game.
And I'm glad you mentioned a pretty good batting strip, because I just came from St. Kitts for the last 2 rounds of the West Indies Championship, and I can tell you something, Teddy. I think both you and I can make a century on that pitch.
Yes, flat nuts played, appeal for caught behind. Not out, says umpire Joseph.
It's a peach of a delivery.
Yeah, he pitched that one up a bit further, did Mackenzie. Almost taking the edge.
Some outward movement away.
He runs away from us now into Julian. And again, pitching it up. Got that one to come back a bit. So he's showing the capabilities is young Mackenzie. He can move the ball both ways.
I think he's looking a good prospect, young Mackenzie. I really like to see swing movement from young fast bowlers. It augurs well because at this stage you don't really expect them to have that blistering pace and express speed.
Pitched up again, but defended into the cover region by Julian. Score remains on 20 without loss. Over number 6.
I think it is, if they can master the ability to swing the ball now, when they develop and they continue training, they get stronger, they get quicker, faster. But that ability to swing will always remain with them. It's one of the most lethal assets you can have as a fast bowler.
Yeah, most definitely. And he's in again to Julian. That one guided down to third man for a single. And he hasn't got, by the looks of him, bad pace for a youngster.
He has good pace, and I must say some good bonks as well. I mean, of course, a testament to the nature of the surface here. But in addition to that, he's getting the ball to rise nicely on these young batsmen. I see some supporters from the Guyana camp as well as the Trinidad and Tobago camp. So it's really good to have the parents, friends and family. Of course, now the Easter time. So it would be a short vacation from school. These youngsters to come out.
Mackenzie round the wicket to the left-handed Guerra. Cuts that can't beat cover. And that completes the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago, after being sent into bat at 21 without loss. Julian is on 14 and Guerra is on 4. But pitching the ball up, trying to get some movement is ideal on this pitch for the fast bowlers. If they can do that, they're more likely to have success. Banging it in short normally sits up quite nicely for the batsman. That's still hunting the first wicket at Guyana as Patrice Fraser continues wide outside the off stump and called wide. Umpire Williams.
And so again, really noticeable swing there.
Yeah, with the breeze, which is pretty strong. The flags are fluttering away there. Antigua and Barbuda flag, Cricket West Indies, Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, of course.
Such a brilliant sight, isn't it?
Lovely sight. If you're in Antigua, come down and watch some action. Future stars in action. Full pitch delivery, that one. Played back to the bowler, no run. But that breeze should be helping
Just
Fraser take it away.
Look at this movement again here, Teddy. He's getting some really nice swing away from the batsman. If he can continue to pitch it in this area, right between that middle and off stump.
Yeah, a good swing on that one. Runs towards us again into Julian. And that one takes the edge. Almost. He played at that. Through to the keeper.
Yeah, that one again.
One just held up, I think.
And that's the exact length that he would be looking for. The first delivery was just a bit too full, but just out of the reach of the drive there. And that fabled corridor of uncertainty.
Julian facing Fraser. He's on 14. Wide again and called wide. So he just trying to hone in and allow a natural movement through the air. He's just starting it too wide outside of off stump at the moment is Fraser.
He's a tall guy, is Fraser.
Yeah, both opening bowlers there. We've got some height, a good height on them. Runs towards us again from the Sir Andy Roberts end. That's stroked nicely, but straight to backward point by Julian. No run. Well, apart from the wides in this over, there's been 2 of them. No actual runs off the bat.
And it's the sort of over that sometimes can be tricky for a batsman, because you get some deliveries going wide where you don't need to play at, and then some deliveries that come directly onto your stumps with this noticeable movement away. So you still have to keep focused.
Fraser in again. Julian has glanced at this backward of square. And they'll pick up a comfortable 2. Impressed with the run in between the wickets, though, between these 2. So Julian moves on to 16. And the score is 25 without loss. So a good little start here in the 7th over. 25 without loss for Trinidad and Tobago, who were sent in by Guyana. Fraser in again to Julian. He tries to drive that through the cover region. Can't beat the field.
And that was in the slot. I think if he got it any direction to the left or right of the fielder, would have been able to get it all the way to the boundary. But of course, a sizable boundary limits as we were looking at this morning. These under 15s being tested here, the highest level.
Fraser in again to Julian. He guides that nicely down to third man, where Mackenzie does the fielding. They take 1 to complete the over. So we've had 7 overs here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in this CWI Rising Stars under 15 clash between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. And after being sent into bat, Trinidad and Tobago 26 without loss. Julian is on 17 and Guerra is on 4. So they'll be happy with this start though, Kashal.
Yeah, I think so. Of course, having 0 in that wickets column would be the most important aspect in this power play. And then even more so now, the fact that first 6 overs have gone, fast bowlers haven't gotten a breakthrough as yet. They'll be backing themselves, having seen off that opening spell.
So Mackenzie to continue to Julian. Full pitch, takes the outer portion of the bat. They go through for a quick single. So he moves to 18, 27 without loss. Just go through the playing conditions for this CWI Rising Stars Under 15s Championship. Restrictions on bowlers. No fast or medium fast bowler shall be allowed to bowl more than 6 overs in one spell. Further, at the completion of the 6 overs, the bowler may not bowl until the equivalent number of overs as the length of that spell are bowled from the same end. So Mackenzie round the wicket to left-handed. Guerra plays it into the cover region, no run. So as we say, just managing fast bowlers' workloads, given the fact that it is under 15s cricket. Don't want anybody bowling themselves into the ground. Round the wicket to the left-hander, and he walks away from his stumps. He wasn't quite ready or saw something maybe behind the side screen, and he pulled out of his stance. Mackenzie will need to bowl that one again.
And this is going to be interesting because you know that no fast bowler appreciates going through all of the motions of their run-up, reaching to the point of the crease. If it was earlier, he could have just turned around, but he reached to the point of delivery. And now that could just probably give him an extra bit of adrenaline to push forward here.
True. It was right in his delivery stride. He's in again to Guerrero, and that's wide outside the off stump. Left alone by Guerrero.
Well, he's been very economical as Mackenzie. His other opening bowler partner has conceded a few more runs than him, but doesn't mean that he has bowled badly. Of course, wide's becoming a factor as well. Those extras.
Mackenzie in again to Guerrero. That lifted outside the off stump, flashed at it, no edge found. Yeah, Patrice Fraser, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20. And Rafael Mackenzie, he's into his 4th over, 3.3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 7. So as you say, Kashab, very economical. Mackenzie in again to the left-handed Guerrero, and that one again beats him outside the off stump. Good bowling. That's 2 deliveries there by Mackenzie. Guerrero survives.
And you see that last delivery, another beauty. It's angling in and just holding its line. And Guerrero flashing at that one outside of the off stump. You see a lovely panning shot as well of the environs outside the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Mackenzie in again. Full pitch. Driven straight back to the bowler to complete the over. So at the end of 8 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 27 without loss. Julian is on 18. Guerrero on 4. You might see a change from the Sir Andy Roberts end of Kashev. I mean, just because they're allowed to bowl 6 overs doesn't mean they have to.
Yeah, of course. I think it's wise to rotate their bowlers, and even apart from the restrictions, use them in certain short spells so that you conserve their energy. We see some tourists coming in to look at the cricket. It's really a good sign here, Teddy.
Yeah, most certainly. Normally, we barely get anybody. What are the crowds like in Trinidad and Tobago?
It's almost similar, but I would say that the age group games tend to have a lot more supporters.
Big appeal for LBW. Look high though from our vantage point, which is right behind the wicket. Poor fielding though, bad return back to the bowler's end, who was still peeling. It is Patrice Fraser that's continued. He's into his 5th over.
Take a look at that.
So they took a leg by and they got an extra for the overthrow.
You can see the LBW shout again.
Yeah, height, I think.
Yeah, I think it in fact seemed to have struck him on the thigh pad area.
Quite interesting bowling action has Fraser. Almost bowls off the wrong foot. Like a, if you go back years, like a Mike Proctor or a Max Walker. You wouldn't have been alive then, though. Show my age.
Don't worry, we both have the same type of hairstyle. So
well said. Fraser in again to Julian. One's played with good timing to the cover region. It's straight to the fielder. Score remains on 29 without loss. Julian is on 18. It's a solitary slip. Pretty much a defensive field for Fraser. He runs in again. And he had a go at that one.
flashing at this one outside of the off stump.
Yeah, no real footwork there. Just flashed at it, as Kashyap said. They need a breakthrough here, though, Guyana. Fraser in again, and this one turned into the mid-wicket region for a comfortable single.
Yeah, one thing I want to encourage the youngsters from Trinidad and Tobago to do is not give it away too easily. They've done the hard work to reach to the stage, and you can just see a bit more enterprising stroke play starting to come out, but I don't want them to feel pressured as if they have to try to score too aggressively. Still very early stages in the game.
Fraser round the wicket now to the left-hander, and ill-directed, wide called by umpire Joseph. That's one more to the score, 30 without loss. We're in over number 9. Yeah, they're laying themselves an excellent foundation, so you're quite right, Kashyap. There's no need to try anything extravagant. Just keep going the way you're going. Even though Guerra's only on 4 of some 17 deliveries, he's looked untroubled. Fraser into him again round the wicket, left alone outside off stump to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago 31 without loss. Julian is on 19 and Guerra is on 4. So a good positive start here for Trinidad and Tobago after being sent in by Guyana.
I'm seeing spectators from all different vantage points here at the stadium. So as I was mentioning in Trinidad and Tobago, Teddy, when we have these youth games, depends on the venue, of course. If it's in one of the larger stadiums, there would be persons attending, as we are seeing here, but because of how huge the place is, it's difficult to get an idea of the numbers or to see them in some sort of stature. But when you have the smaller grounds and those different facilities, sometimes even when we have cricket at the National Cricket Centre back home, which is by no means a small ground, but a facility where persons come out in their numbers, you see a lot of people, especially the parents, the friends, the families, the supporters, their brothers, sisters, cousins, everything. Really have a nice turnout.
So it'll be Mackenzie to continue over the wicket to the right-handed Julian, who plays into the cover region, and there's no run. But it's excellent that the parents, especially the parents, travel with their youngsters for championships like this, because a lot of times we hear in Antigua say that regardless of the sport, you don't really get the full encouragement from the parents. Mackenzie in again to Julian, and it's guided very nicely once again down to third man for an easy single.
And as you mentioned, that support, Teddy, it really is such an invaluable asset in this game. I mean, personally, I can recall growing up, if it were not for my parents, I would not have been involved in cricket at all, and far less for having that love and passion for the game, because people really don't understand how many efforts go behind the scenes for these youngsters to come out on the field of play.
True.
Of course, you have to balance schoolwork, you have to balance academic with the extracurricular.
Round the wicket, Mackenzie to the left-handed Guerra, half a shout. Popped out into the onside. They go through for a leg by. Score moves on to 33 without loss.
And even more so in these modern times where we have the advent of technology, where almost 90% of youngsters you would see with some sort of gaming device or cellular device instead of being outside with a football or a bat and ball. As you know, growing up, we would be so accustomed to when you reach home from school, you're rushing outside to go and play.
Mackenzie back over the wicket to the right-hander Julian, who strokes that nicely towards point. Fielder quickly round, prevents the run. Nurse was the fielder there for Guyana. No, exactly right. I mean, they got so many other distractions these days, and so many other options rather than to play sport. So that is why I say it's very important that they get that encouragement if they do choose a sport. Get that encouragement from their parents and support from them. But you never know where it may lead.
You never know.
No, you never know who's watching.
Those investments certainly go a long way, and even apart from thinking about achievements in the sport itself, just generally for your physical and mental health and well-being,
There's nothing better than playing a sport.
it's truly a
Yeah,
miracle.
And especially a team sport. You know what I mean? Mackenzie into Julian, full pitch delivery, guided to backward point, shies at the stumps, but they're through for another quick single. Been running well, good communication between these two, Guerra and Julian. The over comes to an end, so we've had the first 10 overs of this 50-over contest between Trinidad and Tobago under-15s and Guyana. And after being sent into bat, Trinidad and Tobago 34 without loss. Jordan Julian is on 21, and Davis Guerra is on 4.
First power play completed, 34 without loss. Your thoughts on that start, Teddy?
Yeah, no, I think it's a good, solid start. They got a platform now to really build on, Kashav. And nothing in the pitch. It looks typical Sir Vivian Richards Stadium pitch. Good for batting. Ideal conditions out there also. And they've looked comfortable. You know, a couple of shouts for caught behind LBWs, but they haven't really looked threatened at all so far in the opening power play, the opening 10 overs. So to put 34 on the board, and Julian looks well set, 21 or 41. Guerra playing the anchor role. Positive signs for Trinidad and Tobago. Guyana, on the other hand, need a breakthrough, as we're going to see first change from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Looks like the captain
Himself, is
bringing
it?
himself on, is it?
Just trying to pick up the number on his shirt, but quite make it out.
It's number 66, the captain,
captain.
Richard Ramdehall.
So he's an off spinner, and he's into Julian, who plays this into the point region. There's no run. He's got a slip, fairly deep slip. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. That one's short, trying to cut away, can't beat. Backward point, who's Mackenzie there. Round the hole in again, and that's stroked nicely into the cover region. Nurse comes round quickly, and there's no run.
Well, we know it's early stages in terms of the game, but the spin so far, just seeing it going through nicely to the batsman. Some extra bounce, not much turn.
Yeah, you really have to bowl it into the pitch. Try and put as much revs on the ball as possible to get it to spin here. I just like to see them put a bit more pressure on. Even with the fast bowlers. Around the hole in again. Stroke to cover. There's no run. Even with the fast bowlers, they only started with a slip and a gully, and then they dropped that down to a slip. And the hole himself just started with the slip. But good tidy first over though. A maiden. First maiden of the match. Score remains on 34 without loss. Julian on 21 and Guerra on 4. And it looks like
I think the players are
first
going to have
drink
a
spray.
Yep. So while the players take a
That was quick.
yeah, those overs are just flying through. 34 without loss after 11, and we'll take a short break as well.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this under-15s first round clash between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. I can tell you that Trinidad and Tobago, after being sent in, 34 without loss after 11 overs. Davis Guerra is on strike, he's on 4. As Mackenzie continues. Full pitch delivery. Through to the keeper, no run. Jordan Julian is the other opening batsman for Trinidad and Tobago. It's on 21. Kashav, given the scores that have come out of Trinidad and Tobago, there's been a few centuries. I know Pollard has made a couple himself. Good idea to, and especially given the conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, is Mackenzie in again to Guerra. And kept a little low on the bounce to the keeper. Bold move to send the opposition in.
Yeah, well, I think just having a chat with the captain at the toss, he did notice that there were some areas of extra grass on the surface, and he decided to have a bowl first as he thought that his fast bowlers could have gotten some extra purchase.
Mackenzie in again to the left-handed Graverian, looks for the pull. Doesn't get any power or timing behind it. Lobs down to the mid-on fielder there, and Justin Dowling.
So one thing we are seeing here with Guerra is that he's not really moving his feet as much with those deliveries just outside the line of the off stump. I think if he is able to just get that back foot, shuffling across or even just backing across a bit, will get him in a more convincing position to play those shots.
Mackenzie into him again. This one is knocked backward off point for no run. Been extremely economical. He's into his 6th over, so this will be his last under the playing conditions for these under 15s. Rafael Mackenzie. No wicket for 9 at the moment, so he's been extremely economical. He and Guyana would lower at least one in that wickets column as he's in again to Guerra. And that one takes the edge, flies down to third man for a single. Guerra moves on to 5, 35 without loss in over number 12.
Yeah, and as you said, with the potential batsmen that come for Trinidad and Tobago, again, this start, by all means, there's no need to really accelerate at this stage. You have the likes of Pollard coming in, who's in an excellent run of form, the captain, as well as some other promising talents.
Mackenzie round the wicket, and that's pulled high, wide, handsome, straight over the mid-wicket region for 6. The first 6 of the innings by Julian. He's looked good this morning, and he continues to look good after the water break.
Take a shot. Look at this shot here from the youngster. High and handsome into, is that the party stand area?
It is, yeah. Not much of a party going on this morning, but it is the party stand area.
But I think the ball itself wanted to go and check it out because that was really a nice looking stroke there. And also for a youngster to be able to clear the ropes with quite some ease. And very impressive there from Julian.
Yeah, it was in position quickly. Shorter delivery by Mackenzie. He picked it up sweetly, so he's moved on to 27. Mackenzie's completed his 6-over spell. No wicket for 16. Trinidad and Tobago 41 without loss after 12.
And what we saw in the first over from the skipper Ram Dahal is that he's just going to maintain that tight line. Bowls a flatter and faster type of off spin, not really looping the ball. So it could be that his role here is to try and continue to limit the run scoring if they can, and just put some extra pressure, probably force a rash shot.
Round the wicket to Aguero, plays quietly back to the bowler.
Well, that was a definitely much more flighted delivery from any that we saw in the first over.
Aguero on the back foot, can't beat cover. Yeah, he's put that man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Guerra continues to play the anchor role. He's on 5 of some 26 deliveries. Julian 27 of 48. That one's flighted and driven firmly up to long on. And they take 1. So Guerra moves on to 6, 42 without loss. We're in over number 13.
Just one thing that I observed in that single, which I'll get to after this delivery, in terms of the run in between the wickets. Initially we saw a good communication between the pair.
Rammed a hole over the wicket to the right-hander Julian. Strokes that to short extra cover. Does the fielding, no run.
Yeah, just on that previous delivery, Terry, I thought if they ran that first delivery a bit quicker or put some more pressure on the fielder, he did have a slight bobble, they could have turned and come back for 2.
The back foot trying to force it back with a point. Can't beat the field. Completes the over. So at the end of 13, Trinidad and Tobago 42 without loss. Jordan Julian on 27 and Davis Guerra on 6. So Trinidad and Tobago continue this excellent start they've got here after being sent in. We'll have a change of bowler from this, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. Riaz Latif. Who's another spinner.
It's going to be spin from both ends, of course, with Mackenzie bowling his 6th over on the trot from this end. That's currently Ambrose end. That means we'll have to see 6 overs without pace from this consecutive end, or 60 minutes, whichever one comes first. But I think if they're bowling spin, that could happen in quite a shorter period of time. In fact, we saw...
Should not take an hour, that's for sure.
Well, we were just mentioning, Terry, 10 overs. In fact, 11 overs went by just under an hour, and that contained 2 pacers bowling from either end. So if it's one thing, the over rate is certainly commendable for these youngsters, and that also
Most
included some
definitely.
extras.
Yeah, most definitely, which is great to see though, Kashyap, because you don't want to be getting behind the over rate, which happens far too frequently in the on the international scene. You don't want to be getting into those habits. So the leggy, Riaz Latif, ball into a slip, backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid off 3/4 of the way to the fence. Long on, deep mid wicket. Pretty poor fielding there, switched off a bit here, Guyana. First delivery was just dabbed to backward point. They went through for a cheeky single, and then that one backward point area again, a fumble, so they were able to go through. That's just turned neatly around the corner by Guerra. They take one and a wild throw, but one is all they'll get. So they move on to 45 without loss. Guerra moves on to 8. Julian is back on strike. He's on 28. Latif. That's a nice drift there with the breeze blowing from left to right as you look at your screen.
And he's bowled well so far, Latif. Of course, just the first over, but that ball will still be relatively new. And the 14th over, and being a wrist spinner, never the easiest of task to grip that ball and get the revolutions on it as you would like.
Peel, but that was going down leg side. Yeah, he's showing good control. Of course, it's the hardest art in the game, leg spin bowling, but they're encouraging it. The West Indies T20 breakout league, that they must have a leg spinner in their squad, each team. That comes up next week, I think.
What are your thoughts on that
25?
league?
Well, good question. I just Look, whether it's a good idea or whether it's not a good idea, given um, one guy such full power, full authority in Darren Sammy. I think it needed to be streamlined, so I can understand that. That it's just my feeling is that he's looking for a World Cup, and I think if West Indies cricket is going, if our cricket is going to get anywhere near back to where it was, we need to have that strong test team. So this breakout league, yes, okay, I can see where it was needed, because even in the T20 game, other countries are caught up, if not past West Indies these days. But I'm not sure, if they'll be able to achieve their objectives. Of course, they're looking at the LA Olympics 2028. That doesn't really help our guys here, right? Because we can't. Not everybody can go. So then, what do you do? So that would be interesting. Hit uppishly that one to mid off, but one bounce.
Just short of a chance there. And Davis Guerra, I think you can sense some frustration just building in the young man. 8 from 33 deliveries now.
Plays that one quietly into the offside. Well, I just feel Guyana, though, they're desperate for a breakthrough, yes, but I just feel that they got the field a little deep. Maybe because, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is such a big ground, trying to cover as much territory as possible. But I just feel they're a little deep, so plenty of singles available to just keep the scoreboard ticking over for Trinidad and Tobago.
And you can just see the distance from the pitch itself to the boundary ropes as you get this wide view of the playing surface.
Latif continues. It's played into the offside, no run. So 45 without loss. Started the 16th over. Julian on strike. He's on 28. And of course, we've got a new T20 league starting here in Antigua and Barbuda. Latif in again. Forward in defence is Julian. Starting here next week with the local clubs, Antigua and Barbuda T20 tournament. But that is run, that's pulled straight down the ground into the boundary. 4 runs. I don't think he meant to hit it that straight, but another good strike by Julian takes him on to 32. 49 without loss.
As straight as an arrow. Look at this. It literally dissected the fielders from mid-off and mid-on who were giving chase. And seen a slight adjustment being made. I think he's going to leave one of those fielders out on the boundary now, just as a precaution. But as you were saying, the field is spread a bit wide. And yes, it's a huge boundary, but the fielders can just come off the boundary ropes a few steps. And that would put some extra pressure on the fielders, because I've seen several schools of thought when you have fielders off the boundary ropes. Some people wonder, well, what are they doing there? They need to be back on the ropes, because if the ball goes over their head or goes past them, then it doesn't make any sense. But you just have to be aware. Game analysis and match situation, sometimes you realize a batsman may be struggling with one particular side of the field. If the wind is very strong, which might cause the ball to just hold up when it's coming in that direction. All of these things to consider.
No, very true, Kashav. But with these two, it's Latif in again. And that one, was that an edge? He backed away to cut it. But the keeper fumbled. Just the reaction of the bowler may have taken the edge, but nonetheless, over complete at the end of 16 overs. Trinidad and Tobago 49 without loss. Julian is on 32 and Guerra is on 8. But with the two spinners operating, the leg spin and the off spinner, and they're bowling quite tightly, they're bowling rather well, wicket to wicket basically. But they've got to create some pressure. They need fieldsmen in catching positions. They've only got the one slip, and I just feel even the inner field is just a little deep, so it releases the pressure off the two batsmen that they can just basically dab it and run. Round the hole, round the wicket to Guerra, start of the 17th over. He cuts it to backward point and there's no run. Round the hole again, around the wicket, and that's tucked nicely into the mid-wicket area. There's a fumble, so they'll come back for 2. The poor fielding there again by Guyana. Trickled into the mid-wicket area. The backward square needed to come around, which he did, but he fumbled when he picked it up. And that's the 50 partnership for Trinidad and Tobago between Julian and Guerra. 51 of some 98 deliveries, a good going for them. Good solid start after being sent into bat. Guyana desperate for a wicket, Kashav.
Yeah, definitely.
Expansive drive high over the short extra cover into the boundary, 4 runs. So Guerra just opening up his shoulders a bit. He moves on to 14.
Yeah, flight outside of the off stump, giving him enough room and width to play that expansive up and over cover drive. Good shot there from Guerra.
And the hole again, and this time forward in defence, plays it back. Bowler does his own fielding, so 55 without loss. He looks to cut that. Misses, completes the over. So 55 without loss at the end of 17 overs. Julian on 32 and Guerra on 14.
Some of the different intricacies that we have noticed in the techniques of this opening pair. Anything standing out to you, Terry?
Well, I think they're just playing each ball on its merit and playing sensible batting strokes. They both seem to have a plan that Julian was going to be the more attacking. Guerrero played the anchor role. So far it's worked out very well for them as Latif tosses one up, and that's driven through the cover area. Chase on for the fielder. And he taps it back. A pretty loose run in there. I think Julian thought that might have reached the boundary. So they just take 2. He moves on to 34, 57 without loss. Yeah, I think the opening pair, Kashaba just played some, as Latif in again. Played back to the bowler, no run. They just played some sensible cricket, but not a lot of pressure on them though. I think that is where Guyana let themselves down a bit. Especially with these two spinners operating, they're being quite economical. You just like to see even the mid wicket there and the short extra cover, just like maybe a couple of paces in, especially the backward point. Doesn't necessarily need to be on the 30-yard circle. Try and create some chances. Pushed into the cover region, thought about the single, wasn't on. Score remains on 57 without loss.
Yeah, they just need to try something a bit different.
Latif in again. This one well judged by Julian to complete the over. So 57 without loss after 18, Trinidad and Tobago. Julian is on 34 and Guerra on 14. Yeah, but there's not a lot of pressure on them, as I say, Kashav, and with your big ground like this at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, there's plenty of open spaces to keep the scoreboard ticking. So Trinidad and Tobago, both openers would not mind this at all.
It just sets the foundation for the other batsmen to come in.
And the hole continues. Yeah, exactly right. And the likes of Caden Powell, Theon Phillip, down next to come in. Trinidad and Tobago are certainly setting themselves up for a decent score here. Rammed the hole around the wicket to the left-handed Guerra, who sweeps, beats, backward square into the boundary, 4 runs. Good shot. Australian down leg touch. He's quickly onto that conventional sweep shot. Picks himself up another boundary. Moves on to 18, 61 without loss.
And the runs are coming easily for him because he's really not taking any unnecessary risk at this stage, apart from a couple of plays and misses previously.
Round the hole again.
I think he's preferred the spinners as Guerra. Very much more confident.
Cuts that one, can't beat. Backward point to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago 61 without loss. Julian on 34 and Guerra on 18. Yes, and of course the longer he stays there, the more confident he'll be. More easier batting will come. But I just feel that Guyana, Kashav, have got themselves into a position where they're looking at trying to restrict the scoring rather than pick up a couple of wickets. Of course, there's no better way of restricting scoring than picking up a couple of wickets, so they should be telling themselves, we can go bang bang, get ourselves into this match. Latif to continue from this, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Julian plays that straight back to the bowler and there's no run. So again we see from the start of the over, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. This one's played backward of point. There's a run there. They said yes, no, wait. Fielder cut it off, but then had to get up off the grass and go and chase. So eventually they take one more to Julian. He moves on to 35, 62 without loss. Latif staying over the wicket to the left-handed. Guerra is on the sweep again and sweeps well. Straight past, backward square into the boundary for 4. So a couple of good sweep shots by Guerra. He moves on to 22, 66 without loss. This is danger times, Kashav, for Guyana.
And that's the thing. In the last 3 to 4 overs, Guerra has been able to get a boundary in each. And again, with no real risk being taken, deliveries that are just straight down the leg side or too wide outside of the off.
Latif in again. This has gone straight up in the air. Another sweep shot, and it falls between 3. Well. He did not quite get to the pitch of that one. He looked for the sweep again. Wasn't quite there. Took the top edge. Flew into the mid-wicket area. Was in the air for a while. 3 of them converged. No one took the catch.
Possibly some miscommunication.
Latif tries again. This one peels off the outside edge all the way along the ground. Backward point does the fielding. They take 1. Julian's gone up to 36. Guerra back on strike. He's on 23, 68 without loss. 7 runs from the over so far with a ball remaining. Guerra stands up tall. Punches this into the cover region. Can't beat the field to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago 68 without loss. Julian 36, Guerra 23. But a chance, the first resemblance of a chance really for Guyana in that last over by off the leg spin of Latif. But unfortunately fall in between 3 fielders on the onside. Top edge sweep by Guerra, but he survives. Looks like we're going to have a bowling change from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
And after 20 overs being completed, 68 without loss, the run rate after the first 10 was just around 4 per over. Now just under 4 per over, 3.8, but still maintaining that steady average. And again, most importantly, 0 wickets have been placed in that wicket column, which means that all of these runs are just going to benefit the Trinidad and Tobago team in terms of giving their batters to come some extra confidence, some extra comfort as well, in that the initial pressure has been taken off of their shoulders and they can come in and just play their natural game.
So Bijatnil Nurse, who takes up the attack from the Sandy Roberts end, slipped over on his first delivery, was hit back past him, or over him actually, to long off for a single.
Probably just a slip in his footing. The youngster seems to be alright, most importantly, to continue.
So the off spinner replaces an off spinner. He gives that some good flight, but again, too easy once he beats the short extra cover. Long off has to come in a long way from boundary ropes. So they take another single. But this is what I'm talking about though, Kashev. Straight away, new bowler that they haven't seen, and you got long off, long on, deep mid wicket or deep cover point, depending on whether it's left or right hander. Bring them in, let them see, new bowler, they might be eager to take him on. If they hit over the top, fair enough, you can always move them back, but at least if they're up inside the circle, give yourself a chance that they may miss time one. As they need wickets, Guyana 71 without loss.
Absolutely agree with that point, Terry. Just need to make something happen by changing the nature of the game.
That stood up, slapped into the cover region for another single.
But I felt he missed out on that one.
Yes,
Rank long
put
up.
it anywhere.
And in fact, no one was positioned on that side of the field. And deep on the boundary, that is. So once he pierced that 30-yard circle, we've been able to maximize.
Nurse really gave that one some flight.
And that was
straight back to the bowler.
Also missed out, but that's one of those deliveries, very tricky. Some persons think of it as a full toss. I like to refer to it as a dipper, because you saw how high that ball was flighted, and where it ended up was below, just around knee height, in fact. So some of those deliveries, when you see the ball go high in the air, your head, your bat, everything just tends to raise. And then you want to play that shot lofted as well.
Yes.
So sometimes you forget to keep your eyes on the ball and get a bit distracted. But trust me, Terry, I've seen that happen at not only the youth level, but even the senior level.
Most definitely.
Most recently with Mr. Cornwall himself for the Leeward Islands. And some of the games that I witnessed him just bowling that steady line and length, but using flight as his main weapon. You know, he was not afraid to be hit for a 6 or a 4. He was willing to let the batsmen play their shots and just persist, sometimes pulling the length back a couple steps or even using the crease, and they would have been caught. He would have gotten his wicket at the end. So those are the sort of tricks of the trade that these youngsters can probably just seem to take some notes from, as we have another change.
Another bowling change. Nathaniel Ramsamy, left arm. He starts off with a wide. So a double change here for Guyana. But I just feel though that they've gone too early. They need to break this partnership. They've gone too early into a restrictive mode.
Well, you just wonder, is it that they are trying to limit Trinidad and Tobago to a reasonable score despite the amount of wickets?
That's what I mean. Yeah. Well, we don't know that. They might have a baton order and a half. You know, they might trust their baton.
Very possible. But I concur with your sentiments in terms of there's no better way to restrict runs than by taking wickets, because when a new batsman has to come to the crease, he still has to find some time to get himself in a gear.
Exactly.
He can't just go and launch from ball one.
So Ramsamy, right-handed medium pacer, around the wicket to the left-handed Guerra.
And there are many simple things that they can do. They don't really have to change the game plan too extravagantly, but as you said, just put some fielders a couple steps closer in. Even the fielder's position at the edge of the 30-yard circle.
That one beats him. Not taken cleanly by the keeper. And they go through for a bye. Yeah, because if you look at the field, it's basically a ring field, so they're more or less waiting for the batsman to make a mistake rather than trying to be proactive and trying to just put a little bit of pressure on them.
See some
dark
grey clouds just hovering above, but I'm sure with your knowledge of the weather here, we should be safe.
Should be safe, for sure.
But yeah, rightfully, as you said, just put some more pressure. And as we have seen from Guerra, anything that's close to him, he's trying to cut without moving his feet. And if the bowlers have also noticed that, what they can possibly do is try to persist with that sort of length, eliminate any of his ability to score when he's allowed to free his hands, where he has been more dominant, anything outside of the off stump, anything going down the leg side. But once it's close to him, he tries to cut and doesn't get back on a cross. So that can be one element for Guyana to exploit.
Turn back with a square, and again they got time to go through for a very easy single.
Well, I think they could have come back for 2, but
he kept running though.
Yeah. At that point, the non-striker went past the wicketkeeper. I don't think he was interested. And the 22nd over comes to an end. 75 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago.
A Norban first over there by Ramsamy, keeping the ball full and basically bowling stump to stump. Keeper standing up with no slips, short mid-wicket and short extra cover. Really say the only Cutchin fieldsman. Now for the spin, they've got a slip in. At least afford to keep a slip in. Another good flighted delivery there by the off spinner Nurse. So 75 without loss. Guerrero on strike. He's on 25. In fact, it's Julian that's on strike. He's on 40 now with that single down to third man.
I really like this bowling style here from Nurse though, because he's not afraid to give the ball that extra amount of air, but he's also pitching in an area that's not too full and not too short, just forcing the batsman to come forward and that ball popping in the air at times. There you see again.
But again, you see the field
Too spread, it's too relaxed.
And they're on their heels.
And if you are able to play a forward defensive and get a single with quite such ease, it's just going to be so comfortable for you out there as a batsman, which no fielder or bowler wants. You have to make the batsman unsettled, have to make them feel as if they have to try something different.
Misfield again allows for 2 this time. That's good running again. He had to dive to make the second run, but the throw was wide. So Guyana here just losing the plot a bit. And I haven't really seen, the spinners are bowled very well. I haven't seen any of the 3 that we've seen so far drop the ball down, drag the ball down. But every time, it doesn't matter who's bowling, whether it's the captain Ram Dahal himself or the other 2 spinners in wrist spinner Latif and the off-break bowler Nurse, they keep dropping the mid-wicket out. You know, you need wickets. Leave him in. Let them hit over the top.
And the reality is, apart from that 6 we saw off the bat of Julian when the pace bowlers were in effect, that's the only one that has cleared the ropes.
Right.
He had extra pace, he had bonks, he had everything there which allowed him to play that shot with more power. But with the spinners taking the pace off of the ball, and you can see how strong the wind is. You just look at the shirts of the players, the umpires, and even at times the camera itself is, just being affected by those strong gusting winds here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Use that to your benefit.
Exactly. And you got to think of something, but maybe they're having a chat now, they're having a drinks break, so we'll take a couple of minutes break. 79 without loss. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this first round clash of the Rising Stars Under-15s Championship between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. And Guyana won the toss earlier today, sent Trinidad and Tobago into bat. Trinidad and Tobago are going along very, very comfortably and very nicely on 81 without loss. Good opening partnership this between Davis Guerra and Jordan Julian. Julian is on 45 I should say, and Guerra is on 26. So we've had 23 overs completed, and Trinidad and Tobago moved on nicely to 82 without loss, setting themselves up nicely for a big score, Kashav.
Yeah, I think they are just trying to position themselves as best as they can to take advantage of the remaining overs in the innings. Now, the irony is that the first 10 overs, only 2 fielders are allowed outside of the circle. Overs 11 to 40, I believe 4 players allowed outside of the circle, and then the last 10 overs, there would be 5 players allowed outside. So it's a different sort of ploy, because when the batsman will be looking to attack and to explode, then the field can also be spread more easily.
So it'll be Ramsamy to continue the attack. And this one's pushed into the mid-wicket area by Julian. Good running again between these pair. Take a single, 83 without loss. Julian moves on to 46. But as we were saying though, Kashav, I think Guyana just missed a trick early on in this partnership. I spread in the field a bit too soon, too quickly.
Yeah, at this point in time, you really have to just look into that bag of tricks and see what you can pull out. You know, sometimes even trying some variations, some slower deliveries, some cutters. Again, anything close to that off stump, Guerra has not been able to make the ideal amount of contact with. So they have to persist with that line and length to him. Cannot give him anything away.
Ramsamy around the wicket to the left-hander. Played the short extra cover, and there's no run. No, I think the bowling has been quite good in the fact that they've basically summed up the conditions quickly enough, and they realize they need to be full and straight on this. There's Ramsamy in again. Full and straight on this pitch. It's just that they haven't had the support, I feel, that they should have been given in the field, and we've seen, you know, a couple of misfields also, chance that fell between 3 of the Guyanese fielders simply because they caught on their heels a bit. But nevertheless, these two have done well and certainly laid a good solid foundation for Trinidad and Tobago. 83 without loss after 24 overs. 46 to Julian. Guerra 26.
No doubt the parents and supporters in the stands would be pleased with this start from the Trinidad and Tobago team. And in fact, it has graduated not just from a start, but we are approaching the middle phase, the middle over of this first innings, and the opening pair is still there.
Yeah, they're still there, and they're still looking quite comfortable. The run rate just under 3.5, so that's not really an issue. They can always quicken that up later. So we get a bowling change from this Andy Roberts end. More spin though. Brandon Henry.
Looks to be a left arm orthodox.
So many left arm spinners in the world today. No,
No shortage in the Caribbean
no
itself.
shortage whatsoever. But again, he's starting with deep extra cover 3/4 of the way to the fence, and the same with a deep mid wicket, long on, long off. So he tosses that one up to Julian, who plays it straight to short mid wicket.
No ball signal first
No
up.
ball.
Not what?
How do you bowl a no ball when you're a spinner? Kashav, eh?
Well, it's one of those cardinal sins that spinners commit, but of course, the youngster probably just some bit of nerves coming into the attack. And umpire there just signaling that free hit.
Yes, free hit to Julian, who's on 46. And he goes for it, and he hits it on the bounce to long on, and they get one.
And there I saw Guerra was turning and looking to come back for the second, which I also thought Julian could have been anticipating, but seemed very content with just a single alone. I think he wants to reach to that half century with no further chances, no risks involved.
So Henry now into the left-hander to left-hander. They take a quick single again, not picked up cleanly. Too deep there at backward square. So another easy single for Trinidad and Tobago. We move on to 85. It should be 86 without loss. We're on to 26. It's a good stop there. Full-blooded drive there by Julian. Cut off there at short extra cover.
So he hasn't bowled badly in his first over. And that's time orthodox. Apart from that no ball, of course. Come back quite nicely.
Another no ball.
I apologize to the young man for that fabled commentator's curse. I must say, just as I was commending his ability and trying to indicate that first no ball was just a error that was not going to repeat itself, it happened again. But I still have faith in that he will remedy those mistakes and endeavor to not repeat them.
So Julian to face another free hit. He's on 47. He advances, hits it high in the air, got no real power behind it as it lobs into the outfield. And long off is quickly off the rope to restrict the scoring to one. So both free hits he got away with just a single off each.
And on this occasion, he seemed to be the batsman who was turning to go back for the second, and Guerra sent him back. So both batsmen just unsure, but taking one for safety.
Over the wicket to the left-handed Guerra.
Full and wide outside of the off stump and trying to repeat one of those expansive drives and missing out there.
So Henry completes the over, 5 runs off it, including the 2 no balls. At the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago 88 without loss. Julian is on 48 and Guerra is on 27.
So halfway stage of the innings, 88 without loss, and not being the most renowned mathematician, but some quick maths here, Terry. 88 at 25 overs. If they continue at this stage and go to 50 overs, they would reach up to 166, is it?
Yeah, 170 on.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Correct, 176. So, even so that they have not lost a wicket, I think they will be mindful of trying to get over that 200 mark, maybe even up to 250 if they can, because having 10 wickets in hand, you don't want to set a score that can be too low, as you mentioned. For all we know, the Guyana team is packed with a lot of batsmen, and that's why they are not really looking to change their line of attack in this bowling innings. They're content to just keep the run scoring down to 4 runs and over.
Very true, as Ramsamy starts a new over. Played up sleep by Julian, but falls safe, no run. Yes, but you would imagine on this ground, around 200 or more would be a very competitive score. But I just think, Kashav, the way all bowlers have bowled, including the captain himself, round the hole, for that matter, deserve to a bit more encouragement in the field.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
Because really, if you look at it, there's not one catch and fieldsman out there. You know, it'd have to be a poor shot. It's well run again. It's to the left of the cover fielder.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that the only two fielders close in or around the square would be a very short cover and a short mid-on that were placed. And now that Guerra has come into strike, the fielders readjusting with those same two fielders being positioned on either side of the square.
Let's hit firmly, but straight to mid-off. Yeah, so that's exactly right, Kashav, and those two fielders there, there'd have to be either a mistime drive or something like a leading edge that's worked nicely up to mid-on for another comfortable single to complete Ramsamy's third over. He's taken no wicket for 5. Trinidad and Tobago, after being sent in to bat, 90 without loss. Julian on 49. Guerra on 28. So Brandon Henry will continue. Left arm spin to the left-handed Guerra. Beats him outside off, looking for the cut.
And how many times have we seen that for this innings thus far?
This one played straight back to the bowler, no run. Persistent with the deep mid-wicket and the deep extra cover. Long on, long off. Used his feet nicely, Guerra, to that Henry delivery, but can't beat short mid-wicket, short extra cover.
He was asking for the single there, reach halfway down the pitch. But Julian was unmoved on 49. He's not going anywhere for those quick singles right now.
Tossed up, but wide, called wide by umpire Joseph.
And even though that's a wide, Terry, I don't mind that at all in terms of tossing it up and encouraging them to play those shots. If you have the field set, you have the field spread on the boundaries, by all means, back yourself. That's nicely played from Guerra along the ground, but again, if you tempt him and keep on tempting him, might be encouraged to go high in the air.
He gets a single this time, backward of point to complete the over. So at the end of over number 27, Trinidad and Tobago 92 without loss, Julian on 49, Guerra on 29. Yes, I agree, Kishab, but that is why I would least like to see, because he has gone aerial a couple of times on the drive. I just like to see long on and long off come back into the circle, even if it's only for an over or two, just to see if they are tempted to continue to try and drive the ball over those fielders, because at the moment these two look like they're going to bat out the 50 overs. Ramsamy continues to Guerrera. He plays that nicely through the cover region, rolling out towards the boundary, just pulled back in time, and the batsman will take 3.
And as simply as just finding the gap. He didn't really put much power on the shot, just timing, and found the gap and gets 3 comfortable runs. Nice looking shot there as well from Guerra. Feet, bat, everything nicely positioned, and also some good work in the outfield. So good all-round cricket on that occasion. Skipper preventing them from getting a 4, but good running allowed them to get 3.
Ramsamy over the wicket to Julian, who's on 49. Into Julian again, almost a leading edge, just falling over to that full pitch delivery.
You think there might be some nerves at play here, Terry?
Could be.
Because he has looked so confident throughout the entirety of his innings, and now he just seems to be a bit unsettled, but just has to gather himself here, the young man.
Just to turn that into the mid-wicket region. Can't beat the field. So he stays on 49. Score 95 without loss. Ramsamy in again to Julian. This time he clips it backward of square, takes the single, and completes a very well made half century to Jordan Julian. That's 50 off some 94 deliveries.
Really well played there from the youngster from South Trinidad and from Naparima College. He'll be very proud of that knock himself, as well as his parents, as teammates and family members.
94 balls, 3 4s and a 6 in he's 50. Ramsamy round the wicket now to left-handed Guerrera, who drives and straight to cover. He's gone. So there you go. Another full delivery. Went for the drive. He had been playing them uppishly. This time the fielder was inside the 30-yard circle and took a comfortable catch. They finally, Guyana get their first breakthrough with the score on 96. Davis Guerra gone for 32. It's 96 for 1.
A very patient 32 of 75 deliveries. And Guerra, who just seemed as if he was trying to get more attacking with his stroke play, held out in the end just inside the circle. For a moment we thought that was going up and over, but didn't get the right connection on the bat. And it looks as if young Caden Pollard, the skipper of Trinidad and Tobago, is coming to the crease. As we take a look at this dismissal again. Nice pitch delivery, driven uppishly, and a comfortable catch in the end.
Yeah, just looking to get on with it was Guerra.
And now you will definitely be in for some more exciting strokes here, Terry, because what I can tell you, at least from what I have personally seen of the youngster, Caden Pollard, it's almost a replica of his dad in terms of his ease with the bat. Sometimes just the natural flow. It doesn't seem to put any extra power in it at all. But his timing is truly something to admire. So Trinidad and Tobago would be eagerly looking forward to him propelling their innings even further after the start of 96 for 1 after 28 overs.
The wicket came off the last ball of Ramsami's over. So it's Julian on strike. He plays that uppishly over short mid-wicket.
I just wonder, now that he has reached to his half century, do you think he's going to change his style of play?
Well, most probably because of their age, but he really doesn't have to. You can, especially as you are saying about Caden Pollard, you can just keep it simple, plenty of open spaces out there to pick up ones and twos.
And that's the thing, with Pollard now coming to the crease and Julian being set, he wouldn't want to put any extra pressure on Pollard. Give him some time to still settle in. And ready with a solid forward defense, but being a set batsman, and I think he ideally should look to bat through the innings as long as possible. He doesn't need to give away his wicket after reaching to the half century.
Pollard's got his dad's number on, 55.
He's got his number, his technique.
Built like him too, big lad.
Pretty sure might be using one of his bats. But he really is a promising young talent. Shown some great all-round performances this year. And
oh, big appeal, big appeal.
He's bowled him.
He's bowled him.
He's bowled him.
Well. You put the wrap on the boy, he's gone for a duck.
And just
like his father.
Just as we were saying, we didn't want to put any extra pressure on him. And in fairness, he came forward for what was...
It was pretty nothing shot, really. But he came forward, but he didn't get to the pitch.
And he has
it went straight through him.
Look at this here again.
Yeah, man, straight through bat and pad. Took his middle. Good bowling by Henry. He picks up his first. Guyana strike quickly. 2 wickets in 2 overs.
I'm lost for words here a bit, Terry. The reason why is because, again, not being overly defensive of the youngster, but that delivery turned more than any other delivery in the match thus far.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, he played the correct line of the ball, but it just crept off of the surface and went on to hit the top of off.
So Ramsamy, the last ball of the previous over, and now Henry with the 5th ball of this over from 96 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago all of a sudden 97 for 2.
And just like that.
Just like that.
I know all the time you were asking patiently for a wicket or some sort of impetus. The Guyana team now have 2 in quick succession, so this will certainly augur well for their spirits.
Completes a successful over by Henry. He's bowled 3 overs now, 148. And you see, at least when this new batsman came to the crease, they brought the mid-off up in, and they brought the deep extra cover up in. But for Pollard, they left everybody out. And yes, as you say, he got a good delivery, cleaned him up. They got their wicket, but you'd just like to see them, especially bowl into the new batsman. I don't think they need a long on, long off. However, it's Ramsamy to start a new over. Down leg, takes the pad of Julian. He's still there, he's 55. .97 for 2. Zion Phillip is the new batsman. It's Julian on strike. Hits that firmly up to mid-off. They think of the single. Decide against it in the end. One score says Julian's 55. The other one says 51, but I think he's 51. I don't remember him hitting a boundary after he got to his 50. Ramsamy into a good spell. He's kept it nice and tight. He's bowling with the keeper up to the stumps, the medium pacer. Into his 5th over. Picked up figures of 1 for 9 so far. And that's hoiked over mid-wicket by Julian. And they'll take 2. Really get the timing into that shot, or the power. But it's 2 more nonetheless. He moves up to 53, 99 for 2.
He's going to continue to play his natural game here, Julian. And just as we were wondering when the first wicket fell, if he was going to play more expansive strokes or bat through the innings, the second wicket fell, and we saw another aggressive stroke. So, by all means, if he has the confidence, go for it.
Again, he tries to clear the field, and it's taken at short extra cover. So, Julian, after a good knock, throws his wicket away. Trinidad and Tobago lose their 3rd in quick succession. They've gone from 96 for no wicket to 99 for 3 in over number 30.
And again, Terry, just as I was saying, that if he has the confidence to play the strokes, go for it. There was no need to take that shot on. But look at this, just taking the outer edge of the bat, miscued, mistimed, nothing really behind it. And has to go.
Yes, most definitely. He could have just been playing his natural game. That was the end of the over. So Ramsamy picks up his 2nd wicket. 5 overs, 2 for 11. 99 for 3 at the end of the over. Over number 30. So as we said, with the field spread the way it is, but the bowlers keeping it tight, it would take Guyana for to take some wickets. Would need to be some false strokes by the Trinidadians, and there has been a couple, and a very good delivery to dismiss Caden Pollard. So 2 new batsmen at the crease now, 99 for 3. Henry will continue with his left arm spin, and again it's slashed, and again it's caught. The first ball he's faced, he slashed that at it wide and full outside the off stump, and he's put it into the hands of a diving backward point. So they've lost their fourth. They've lost 4 for 3 in 3.1 overs.
I'm really trying to understand what's happening here, Terry. There seems to be some sort of misunderstanding, or unless you and I are not getting the program, but all of the batsmen are coming out as if it's the last 5 overs of the innings, and they're trying to hit everything to the boundary when there's still some 20 overs remaining.
Yeah.
And after that very cautious and watchful start, then now we are seeing wickets just falling one after the other. Let's take a look at that dismissal again.
Yeah, that was Zion Phillip. First ball he's faced. It was tossed up wide, very wide. In fact, if he had left it, it would have been called wide. Good catch diving forward there by Ramsamy. Can't keep him out of the game at the moment. So 99 for 4 now, after being 96 without loss. But I think what's happened though, Kashav, is that yes, they put 96 on the board, but for some reason, even though they still had the best part of half their overs remaining, they were looking at that run rate and saw it dipping below 3.5, down to about 3.3, and decided we have to play some shots here. We need some runs on the board. And they really have, apart from Pollard, who was cleaned up with a excellent delivery by Henry, have thrown their wickets away and lost 4 for 3 in the process. So Guyana right back into this game now.
And it just goes to show you, initially we were commending that opening pair and their stay at the crease in terms of how they were going about the structure. They really weren't playing any unnecessary struts. They were taking their time, yes, but they maintained that 4 run and over run rate. And then now when we saw the run rate dipping closer to 3, the shots started to change. The stroke play was entirely different.
That's a nice shot by Elijah Ashton. Up to mid-off, gets himself going. He goes on to 1. 100 comes up for Trinidad and Tobago. 100 for 4. We're in over number 31. Yes, and unnecessary pressure, though, Kashav, that they put on themselves. But they just continued knocking the ball around, which is what the opening pair of Guerra and Julian were doing. But I do believe it was the fact that it was the run rate had dropped below 3.5. They just thought they needed to put some more urgency into the scoring rate, and it's cost them dearly. 4 for 4 in about 4 overs. So Julian gone for 53, Guerra 32. Caden Pollard a duck, Zion Phillip a duck. We have Elijah Ashton at the crease, he's on 1. Ethan Ramcharan is on 0. We've had 31 overs. Trinidad and Tobago 100 for 4.
And both Zion Phillip and Ethan Ramcharan were captain of their respective zonal teams in the under-15 competition.
Okay.
So Trinidad and Tobago would have been looking forward to them coming out here and having an impact, but not the way they would have intended. Zion Phillip, the captain of the Southeast Zone, and also plays for Presentation College San Fernando. Bowls left arm orthodox, so we will see him with the ball in hand. In fact, he opens the bowling for his cool and zone. Interesting to see if he'll take that approach here.
So Ramsamy will continue. And this is Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Full pitch delivery. And not put away there by Ashton. Just more or less guided that into the square leg region. Fielder coming round from backward square. Cuts it off, no run. So Trinidad and Tobago all of a sudden under pressure here. Ramsamy in again to the left-hander. That takes the outside edge. Flies down to third man for a single. Ashton goes to 2, 101 for 4. Very interesting times, and they won't be happy, Trinidad and Tobago. The captain and vice captain both went for naught.
Well, as the saying goes, can't always leave the pressure on the shoulders of the captain and vice captain, and everyone else has to pull their weight.
Very true. Ramsamy round the wicket now to the right-handed Ramcharan. And that's hit beautifully through the mid-wicket region. Be cut off though. Cut off by Mackenzie there. Restricts the scoring to 2. So Ramcharan is off the mark with 2, 103 for 4.
Really nice timing on that stroke. That's good flick of the wrist.
Ramsamy in again to Ramcharan. Played to short extra cover, no run.
Ramcharan, captain for the South Zone, also plays a presentation called San Fernando, bowls right arm leg spin, and is in fact also a top under 19 badminton player for Trinidad and Tobago and table tennis. I'm sure that would augur well for his hand-eye coordination.
Most definitely, and you don't see that too often these days, do you? That youngsters playing various sports, normally by this age or round about this age, that they've decided which sport they'd like to play or try and make a career of. Ramsamy around the wicket to the left-handed Ashton. He plays it to short extra cover to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago 104 for 4 after 32.
As you mentioned that point, Terry, I think it's just a testament in terms of how times have changed so significantly, because at least back in my days growing up as a youngster, you played everything that you could have got your hands on,
exactly,
whether it's cricket, football, table tennis, volleyball, badminton, whatever it was, you would have played
You had
it.
to go, yeah.
And played it up until whatever level that you decided, okay, maybe I can probably try to focus more on one than the other. But now, because the amount of careers and opportunities being given through sport, players can streamline their directions and make something happen for themselves.
Henry to continue, tosses that one up, driven firmly past the short mid-wicket by Ramcharan. He takes 1, he goes on to 4, 105 for 4. Yes, but as we were saying previously, Kashav, that they got so much other things to occupy themselves with, that quite often, good shot there by Ashton through the cover region out towards the boundary. They've taken 2, and 2 is all they'll get. So he moves on to 4, 107 for 4, Trinidad and Tobago in over number 33. That a lot of times sport of any sort gets left behind these days, but so it's very refreshing to see that there's still youngsters out there that are playing multiple sports. Henry into the left-handed Ashton.
It's something that will always benefit youngsters playing multiple sports. Of course, you would focus on your main sport, but the fitness level, the technicalities of the other sports can definitely assist you in whichever one you choose to specialize. This is played nicely into the cover, but another misfield. And a shake of the head from young Dowling, because he knows to himself that this is the time where they have to keep the pressure on. The two new batsmen at the crease, you cannot be giving away those easy signals when the ball is coming straight to your hands. Of course, not to be too overly critical of these youngsters, but playing for your country at the regional level, those are simple fielding attributes to remember.
That's much better fielding there by mid-wicket fielder.
That's what you want to see. And in fact, on that note as well, in terms of that dive and attempt and just the fielding in general, as the 33rd over comes to an end, 108 for 4. Just recently in the last encounter between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Barbados Pride at Warner Parkinson Kitts in the West Indies Championship, there were a couple of injuries to some of the Leeward Islands players, as well as a concussion to Mr. Hamilton. And in fact, 2 to 3 youngsters from the under 15 and under 17 level were given a chance to come onto the field of play and assist in the fielding department. And the sort of commitment that they showed, the sort of dedication on display, was truly something to admire. Some of those youngsters from St. Kitts itself, and may very well be featuring for the Leeward Islands in this tournament. Was not able to confirm their exact ages if they were under 15 or not, but certainly under that 17 age group.
Change of bowler from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. The leg spin of Riaz Latif is back on. He's bowled 4 overs, no wicket for 16. Oh, and a missed stumping chance there. Advanced did Ashton. Not taken cleanly by keeper Sicharan. Missed opportunity as he's down on his haunches. Don't worry about it. Look out for the next one. I like the word dedication though, Kashak, because I'm not sure how dedicated the Leeward Islands Hurricanes were the other night after getting a 129 run first innings lead and then finding themselves 70 odd for 8. It did not impress us. Few things this season did not impress us. As we wait another year.
Notably, the dedication was from the youngsters that came on the field in the last day.
Should have patted them out.
Yeah, that second innings was
disastrous.
And the reality is that if they just made, I would say 50 more runs, if even so much, because they had Barbados down to the end and brought them down to the last few overs of play. In fact, they were within the last 5 overs or 4 overs remaining when Barbados got those remaining runs, and the conditions were not the easiest.
But that's what worries you about the state of our cricket at the moment. When you see matches like that, it was poor batting by the Leewards. You know, they come out without a care in the world, basically, in that second innings. But then, as you say, Barbados struggled. I think it was only 5 or 6 overs remaining in the match by the time they got to the 230 that they required, and losing 7 wickets against an attack that had basically fallen apart because Cornwall hardly bowled, Thomas hardly bowled, everybody else was injured.
In fact, they had
Kareem
McGraw bowling 20 plus overs.
20 plus overs, yeah.
And
from one end.
Justin Greaves had marathon spells in each of the innings, and he also was struggling with a bit of a side strain and just decided to soldier through. And in fact, he picked up some key wickets for them at crucial stages.
He soldiered through, but he basically didn't have a choice.
Exactly, but It just
We're on the right game here, though, because I'll just give our listeners and viewers on Cricket 360 some news of the other matches going on today. Speaking of the Leeward Islands, they're 104 for 7 in over number 28 up against the Windward Islands. That's at Coolidge. And at Liberta, Jamaica bowled out under 25 overs for 77. Barbados, 18 without loss. So that game could be all over before lunch.
yes, I think my colleagues over at the Brita would be in for an early evening.
Early day. See who... 4 wickets to Asher Branford, right-arm medium-fast bowler. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 20. 3 wickets apiece to left-arm medium pacer Joshua Thomas and Jahidi Hines. 3 for 14 and 3 for 16 respectively in that Jamaica innings. All out for 77. Barbados at the moment in the 5th over at 22 without loss. Leeward Islands under 15s in the 29th over, 105 for 8. So they are struggling up against Windward Islands. Here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Trinidad and Tobago 109 for 4 in over number 35. Both Ashton and Ramcharan around 5 apiece. It's the left-handed Ashton that's facing Brandon Henry. Plays that defensively into the offside, no run. So after losing 4 for 4, the run rate has certainly dropped for Trinidad and Tobago. Wide that time by Henry, called by umpire Joseph. So 1 more to the total, 110 for 4. Again, no real foot movement there by Ashton, just standing up, playing that defensively into the offside. He remains on 5. Henry in again. This one, thought about the single, but can't beat short mid-wicket, who does some good work to complete the over. So at the end of 35 overs, Trinidad and Tobago under 15s, after being sent into bat by Guyana, are 110 for 4, with both Ashton and Ramachan on 5.
Well, I must say that bowling spell from Brandon Henry thus far is truly the game changer for the Guyana team, because when he came into the attack, there still were 0 wickets in the column for Trinidad and Tobago. His first couple of overs, in fact, you will recall he started with 2 no balls in his first over, and after that, his line and his length and just varying the pace has certainly troubled the batsmen from Trinidad and Tobago, who were looking to get into a more attacking style of play at that stage, and their plans were halted by some good consistent bowling.
Yes, most definitely is. The spin of Latif continues from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, pulled into the mid-wicket region. Fielder comes off the boundary, restricts the scoring to 1. Yeah, I mean, they've maintained the basics well, Guyana. They've just bowled stump to stump and waited for the Trinidad batsmen to make mistake or lose their patience. And it's worked. 1-1-1 for 4. In over number 36, I can tell you Leeward Islands have been bowled out for 109 in 29.3 overs. So Windward Islands will be looking to make 110 to win. And that is padded up at pitch outside leg. Question asked by Latif.
Yeah, definitely pitching outside leg. In fact, I think it also struck the batsman. Yeah, way past the leg stump. Curious appeal there from young Latif.
In again to the left-handed Ashton, who plays defensively into the cover region.
That was a better line for that googly delivery, turning away from the left-hander. Need to pitch it closer to that middle and off-stump region. And you see the batsman now shuffling across his crease to cover those stumps as if he was looking towards the leg side. But that would complete the 36th over. At the end of it, 111 for the loss of 4. And the players are going to take a drinks break, and we will also join you back shortly.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this CWI Rising Stars first round clash in the Under-15 Championships between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Trinidad and Tobago sent it to bat 111 for 4 at this stage after 36 overs. We're going to have pace reintroduced from the Sir Andy Roberts end after the drinks break, and it looks like it is opening bowler Patrice Fraser.
Yep, Fraser back into the attack. And imagine being a young fast bowler, Terry, and you're getting the opportunity to bowl from either the Sir Andy Roberts end or the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
Yes, what more inspiration would you need?
And the irony...
I can tell you something though, Kashav.
Yes.
I mean, they were both great and are both great. But the fast bowlers that I've seen in my lifetime, live I mean, give the edge to Sir Andy, greatest fast bowler that ever walked, in my opinion. Ambi, not that far behind. Slashed into the cover region, well fielded on the bounce. No run, so Ram Charan is on strike, he's on 6, Ashton is on 5. And they need to get a move on here. Run rate's dropped just above 3. Pretty much a ring field for Fraser as this one's knocked into the mid-wicket region. They come back for 2 and that's good running. 2 more to Ram Charan. He moves on to 8, 113 for 4 in over number 37. So they were 96 without loss. They lost their first wicket at 96. Second at 97, third at 99, fourth at 99. These two have put on 14 so far. And about 6 overs though. It's been slow going as they dug themselves into a hole here, Trinidad and Tobago. I'd be inclined though, Kashav, with the score as it is at the moment, and your number 1 strike bowler back into the attack, at least give him a slip.
Yeah, I would definitely put in at least 1 slip or at least someone close in catching.
Everybody is up in the circle as they go through for a quick single again. Comfortable, bad return though.
And that allows them to come for 2. In fact, I think he threw at the wrong end.
Yeah.
Should have gone to the closer end. And just being reminded of that by the fast bowler, who would not appreciate any extra runs being added to his total. We all know fast bowlers are not the most forgiving. As you mentioned, witnessing Sir Andy and Sir Curtly live, and I'm sure you would have witnessed several others of the legendary fast bowlers throughout the Caribbean. Who were some of the most menacing that you would have seen, as in their natural pace, their aggression, not only aggression with the ball in hand, but also just their persona?
Well, Marshall had everything. There's no doubt about that. He had the skill, to move it both ways. He was skiddy and quick. Holding was just, beautiful to watch. The pace always maintained. Patterson was a brute, Pato didn't like batsmen, that's for sure. Cut nicely, backward of square for at least 2 here to Ashton. He moves on to 7. Score goes up to 117 for 4.
It's funny that you mentioned that, Terry, because you're not the first person who I've heard say those exact same words about Patrick Patterson, in that he just seemed as if he didn't want anyone to start with a bat in hand in the way that he used to bowl.
Yeah, most definitely. He, 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 he was the type of bowler, because of his natural raw pace, that he liked to bowl at the batsman, you know. And that's gone. He floated that one up, did the leg spinner. Latif drew Ashton into the shot, and all he did was knock it straight into mid-wicket's hands. Trinidad and Tobago falling apart here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. They lose their fifth. Ashton goes for 7, and a score 117 for 5 in over number 38.
And good flight here from Latif. That's tempting Ashton. And tried to slog sweep that one to the leg side, but instead found the safe hands of the skipper and rammed the hull, and he has to go. And again, you just wonder here, Terry, in terms of, you look at the entirety of this innings. They started off really solid. They started off with out losing a wicket up to 90 odd runs, but the run rate did decrease coming down to the end. And you just wonder if that has been playing on the minds of these batsmen, because since they have come to the crease, they really haven't seemed to be settled. And the reality is they don't need to try to hit everything for 6 and 4. If they get the ones, they get the twos, they push for the quick singles, play with soft hands, use the breaking of the wrists, left or right, just work the ball around the fielders. Those are all simple tactics that they can use to get the run rate up, and at the same time frustrate the bowlers, put pressure on the fielders, and you will get those boundary scoring opportunities.
As we keep saying, Kashav, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is a massive ground to defend, and there's plenty of gaps out there. The opening pair had it right, but then, as we say, lost their patience, and that's just opened the door. Guyana have done nothing spectacular. They've still kept their defensive field, but they've bowled wicket to wicket and waited for the batsman to make the mistakes. And unfortunately, padded up there. Oh, that was a risk. Hit him outside the line, but offering no shot.
Question being asked here from Henry.
Samuel Stewart there, he had no intentions of playing that one, his first delivery.
And look at the beauty of cricket. Look at the smiles on the face of the Guyana players now. You didn't see that within the first hour and a half of play.
Not at all, no.
And now they are all smiles.
Which is why they went on the defensive. But, Trinidad and Tobago played into their hands. Lost, 5 for 21 in the last 8 or so overs. That brings the Latif over to an end, a successful one for him. He's bowled 7 overs now, 1 for 19. And at the end of the 38th, Trinidad and Tobago, 117 for 5. Ramcharan is on 10, and Stewart is yet to score. So instead of looking at, say, 200, instead of looking at around 200 or even 200 plus, Trinidad and Tobago, they keep going the way they've been going over the last 8 overs or so. They will struggle to get to 150. As Patrice Fraser in again, and that's slashed through the point region by, I think that was Ramcharan. So he moves to 12. Score 119 for 5. We're in over number 39. And, around 150 or so. That's Fraser in again too. And that's hit in the air again, straight to mid-on. He didn't judge it brilliantly, but he got there in the end. Another wicket gone. Ramcharan goes for 12. Trinidad and Tobago falling apart here. They lose their 6, 119 for 6 in over number 39. Again, just trying to force the issue.
Just keeps on tumbling, this batting order, and the collapse is really something to take note of here if they have to go on and improve for the rest of this tournament, because there really were some dismissals that have you wondering the necessity of the stroke play. As you see, this one again, a decently lined delivery just on that fourth stump area, angling into the right-hander and cramping him for room. He tried to swat that over the head of the fielder at mid-on, but again, mistiming, miscuing. And how many dismissals have we seen, Terry, that the batsmen have tried to play aggressive strokes, but they have held out in the 30-yard circle?
Most definitely, Kashamva. It's just panic, really. They're trying to up the tempo, but they're going about it in the wrong manner. And that one might have rushed Ram Charan a little. Came on to him a bit quicker than he expected, but again, trying to go aerial when there's plenty of gaps out there. Fraser in again, full pitch delivery, not put away by the new batsman, who is Jaden Sadafal.
And Jaden, who plays for the Southwest Zone in Trinidad.
And that's hit in the air again, but it should clear the field. The best part about that shot is that he went straight.
Well, that's what you need to do if you're going. Go hard and just wait on the ball. Don't rush it, but timing is always better than power.
And if you're going to go aerial, try and keep it in the V. They're not going to catch you straight. So Sanderford's off the mark. He's on to 2. Trinidad and Tobago 121 for 6 in over number 39.
So the pair at the crease, interestingly enough, both of them from the same secondary school in Trinidad and Tobago, Asja College, Asja Boys College, that is. And I just wonder if this will do well for their chemistry at the wicket here. A much needed last partnership. Still have some 4 wickets remaining, but after this you might go into what would traditionally be called the tail enders. Of course, in the modern game, we do note that there are no tail enders anymore. Everyone is a all-rounder. Samuel Stewart plays for the South Zone, and natural all-rounder with hard-hitting ability, right-hand medium bowler.
Fraser into Stewart, and that's clipped nicely back with a square. Chase on here for the fielder. Ball wins, 4 runs. So a couple of good-looking shots by Sadafal in this over. Fraser completes his over, successful over. He's now bowled 7 overs, 1 for 34.
Really nicely played there from Sadafal, just flicking it down the leg side. And as we have been saying all the time, once they are patient and they just take their time at the crease, the runs will come. The boundary scoring opportunities will present themselves. You really don't need to force the issue. When there are good deliveries, you don't have to turn them into bad ones. Of course, that would all come with experience, with age, and with the growing knowledge of the game.
Most definitely. So Sanderfall goes on to 6 after 39 overs. Trinidad and Tobago 125 for 6. Samuel Stewart is now on strike to Latif and is driven in the air. It goes through the short extra cover or just bounced before him. Latif thought he was in a big chance to pick up his second there. In the end, Stewart takes 2. Gets him off the mark. He goes on to 2. Score 127 for 6. Latif in again to Stewart, who plays with a straight butt in defence. They should be telling themselves, though, they've still got 10 overs remaining after this one. They can get another 30 or 40 runs, 160, 170. They could still be in with a chance, Trinidad and Tobago. They need a partnership, something to shore up their innings. Something like the first partnership, which yielded 96. Latif has other ideas as he's into Stewart. That's pulled firmly to long on. Mackenzie does the fielding. Stewart takes 1. He goes on to 3. 128 for 6. Latif, the leg spinner, he's showed good control. He's into his 8th over. It's clipped nicely by Stewart through the mid-wicket area for a single.
This pair, since they have come to the crease, they have not been explosive by any means, but what I like is that they are both just rotating the strike. They're just picking up the singles. They got a couple of welcome boundaries that went on offer, but most importantly, just keeping that scoreboard ticking over. 125 for 6 after 39. Projected score of 161, 156. That is, with the run rate dropping after the initial start. What do you think would be a good competitive total for the Trinidad and Tobago team to set here?
I think if they can get anything around 160, they're in with a chance. Runs on the board. Of course, it's hard to say, though, Kashav, without having seen Guyana bat.
And of course, just not to be too presumptuous, but looking at the scores from the other games, it seems as if 150 is a very good score.
Yeah, most definitely. When you look at what's gone on.
Different venues, of course, different oppositions and factors at play, but
Leeward Islands all out for 109. Jamaica all out for 77. $129 for 6 here. We're in over number 40. That's pulled backward of square. Should have been attacking that, I think.
I thought that was almost a chance, you see.
Yeah, he sort of...
Fraser with his hands on his hips, staring at the fielder.
A backward square leg fielder there, who I think is Ramsamy. More or less waited for the ball to drop in front of him, and he... pretty much a chance.
Again, that's about the third time in the last 2 overs you've seen a delivery lying down the leg side and flicked it away either for a boundary or for a couple of runs each.
Yeah, it's just interesting that Fraser is...
Some supporters getting in their exercise in this midday sun.
Yeah.
Very dedicated to the fitness regime.
Knock straight back up the ground, past the bowler for a single. It's interesting though to see that Fraser's staying around the wicket to a right-hander, which is causing him to stray down the leg side a bit. Just trying to get the correct score here though. That's high in the air. There's a chance for mid-off. He's under it. And did he take it? He took it. Why do they always need to fall over? Shav. No, seriously. I mean, you know, and that is where our fielding suffers. We're the most natural fielders, standing on our own 2 feet. West Indians, I mean. And now you see them diving all over the place and dropping more than they take. But in the end, that was well taken. Trinidad and Tobago lose their 7th. I believe it's 132 for 7 in the 41st over. And I think that was Ramcharan that's gone for 12. So Stewart remains. He's on 3, 132 for 7. Fraser picks up his 2nd. He's in his 8th over. No maidens, 2 for 37 at this stage. And that was disappointing though, Kashev, because those two were just starting to settle into playing some good cricket strokes, playing each ball on its merit.
Yep, definitely agree. They were looking nicely and then just gave it away there at the end. And a really rash shot indeed. I mean, yes, at this stage of the innings you're looking to accelerate, but there are many other ways to do that, which we have been preaching.
So Fraser in again around the wicket to the right-hander. They think about a quick single and get there. Misfielded there by Ramsamy at backward square.
You just wonder at this stage whether Trinidad and Tobago, they might be bowled out or they might finish with a score that would be subpar by their standards.
Yes, most definitely after a very promising start. So Fraser completes his over. He's bowled 8 overs now, 2 for 37. At the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago 133 for 7. That's after 41 overs. Dylan Lee Chow, the wicketkeeper, is on 1 not out. Samuel Stewart is on 3.
And here we see some of the players from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, as well as some of whom may be involved in that upcoming breakout league. You see the head coach there, he's having a bite. And the massage therapist. Coming out to observe these youngsters at play.
Leeward Islands under 15s bowled out for 109 at Coolidge. Windward Islands in reply after 4.5 overs, 22 without loss. Just to continue the roundup on Cricket 360 in this first round of the West Indies Rising Stars under 15s Championship at Liberta. Jamaica bundled out for 77. 24.5 overs. And Barbados, well on their way to victory. After 10.3 overs, 50 without loss.
That game is going to be over possibly before we finish this first innings here. But
Absolutely.
yes, definitely appreciate all of those updates, of course, live on the West Indies YouTube channel, streaming from Cricket 360.
So Latif continues, starts this over with a wide. 134 for 7, we're in over number 42. Knocks that backward of point. They think about the single, but not on. I think it's Dylan Lee Chow on strike. See, he's on 1. Stewart, the non-strikers, on 3. Slip in for Latif. He's into Lee Chow now. Drives it straight back to the bowler. No run. Slip backward point. Cover, extra cover. Mid off 3/4 to the fence on the offside for Latif. Long on 3/4 to the fence. Mid wicket. Deep mid wicket. And backward square inside the circle. And that's hit just over the short mid wicket. As Mackenzie comes round from long on to do the fielding. Lee Chow picks up 2. So he moves on to 3. 136 for 7. Latif into Lee Chow again. Backward in defence. And no run. Latif in again, and this one's turned nicely backward of square. Should pick up a couple quite comfortably. So good batting by Lee Chow. He moves on to 5. Score 138 for 7. At the end of the 42nd over. It's 136 for 7 after 42 overs. Trinidad and Tobago under 15s after being sent into bat. They were 96 without loss. And they slumped to 133 for 7. Losing 7 for 36 after a 97-run opening stand between Davis Guerra and Jordan Julian, who made 53. The top score so far. Guerrero made 32. Fraser will continue round the wicket to Stewart. Traps him on the pad, but umpire Joseph says that's going down late. Full pitch delivery. It couldn't have been that far away. Trying to whip it through the onside. Didn't make contact with Stewart. Stewart is on 3. Lee Chow is on 5. Opening fast bowler for Guyana, Patrice Fraser. Bowled 8 overs, no maidens prior to this. 2 for 38 as he comes in again to Stewart. Stewart is slapping that up to extra cover. There's no run. So interesting times here. 8 overs remaining in the Trinidad and Tobago innings. They've got 3 wickets left, 139 on the board. Looking for a lot more than that after their good start. It looks like umpire Joseph just wants to check the ball. Umpire Williams it is. central umpire. Bernard Joseph is at square leg. Now they're having a chat to the Guyana captain, so wonder what that was about.
Not too sure. Actually, it seemed to be a concern with the state of the ball, unless it's something to do with the fielders or.
Anyway, we're back to the action. Around the wicket comes Fraser into the right-handed Stewart, who plays it to extra cover, and there's no run. Can they get a nice little partnership going here? They've already added 6 so far. Fraser in again to Stewart, and that's clubbed straight back past the bowler. Mid-off comes around, restricts the scoring to 1, so 140 for 7. Stewart goes on to 4. You would suspect, though, Kashav, that in these remaining overs, Trinidad and Tobago need a big burst just to up that total. Oh, edged and past the diving Cicharan keeper. No, it didn't get an edge. Bye.
I also thought that was an edge, I must say.
I'm sure Cicharan thought it was an edge too, the way he went after it.
Let's take a look again, because that deviation
It moved a long way.
Very noticeable.
Ooh.
It just makes you wonder.
Stewart back on strike to Fraser, and that one cramps him. To complete the over, so at the end of 43 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 141 for 7. Samuel Stewart is on 4 and Dylan Lee Chow is on 6.
Now, what's your ideal score here, Terry? If you were in this position as part of the batting team, having reached this stage of the innings, a few overs left, and given the start that you had, obviously you don't want to look to the past, but thinking forward, do you think 180, 200 still on the cards, or it might be a bit of a reach from here?
I think the way they're playing, I think that might be a bit of a reach, but anything around 165, 170, they should be looking at as minimum. Still with 7 overs. Try and get a run a ball at least.
And of course it doesn't help when they're looking to bring back what would have been their most economical bowler at that point.
Yes.
Of the opening pair.
Rafael McKenzie back into the attack from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And beats Lee Chow through to the keeper, no run. So 141 for 7, we're in over number 44. Trinidad and Tobago sent in to bat. 97 run opening partnership before they slumped to 133 for 7. It's now 141 for 7. Mackenzie in again to Lee Chow. Turned into mid-wicket, quick single. If he had a picked up there, that was Latif there at short mid-wicket.
He's just staring at the skies.
He didn't pick up cleanly, but Lee Chow was only halfway down the pitch.
Wondering what might have been had he picked up that one cleanly.
Nevertheless, Lee Chow goes up to 6, 142 for 7. Samuel Stewart back onto strike. Fraser into him now. Sorry, Mackenzie. Full pitch, hit straight up in the air, going back. Is the mid-on fielder there. Arif Bacchus didn't judge that all well. It's lobbed over his head. And Stewart takes one. Might be a bit difficult out there though also, Kashyap, because as we were saying earlier, it is a pretty strong easterly. It does tend to blow around the ground here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but that one just couldn't judge it. In the air again, and this time straight to cover is Lee Chow. Another one down for the Trinidad and Tobago team. They lose their 8th. Lee Chow goes for 6. 143 for 8.
And again, how many wickets have we seen, Terry, just on the edge or inside the 30-yard circle? As Lee Chow departs, it really is just something to...
And also the Kashyap, other thing they got to take into consideration is that it is a strong breeze and he's hitting into it. So you really have to time it to clear that field. And that hit high up on the bat too, so he didn't really get the power that he was looking for.
And as comfortable a catch as you could have asked for.
Yeah, straight down covers throat, which was Nathaniel Ramsamy. He's been in the game.
I'm not going to say, from the first half of the game you said they can't keep him out. Now he's in the final few overs and they still can't keep him out, Ramsamy.
So Mackenzie, who's been the most economical, picks up his first wicket. And he's in again. This ball has turned into the mid-wicket area. New batsman in Sanjeev Bachu. Turned it nicely into the mid-wicket area, set off with a single, but slipped over. So he remains on 0. Stewart is on 5. 143 for 8 in over number 44. Mackenzie in again. Full pitch delivery. Stroked all the way along the carpet this time. Straight to Ramsamy in the covers to complete the over. So successful over there for Rafael Mackenzie. He's now bowled 7 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 18. And at the end of the 44th over, Trinidad and Tobago 143 for 8. Struggling.
Well, it seems to be a very relaxed dugout. So, on one hand, we might think that the score, they would not been ideally pleased with it after the start that they had. But skipper as well as the other players don't seem to be too bothered. I think they have a lot of confidence in their bowling lineup, of course. And as you say, runs on the board are there to defend. Once you have a score, anything can happen.
Most definitely, as Fraser starts a new over, but he'll have to go back to the top of his mark, just losing his run up there. Bowling to Samuel Stewart, who's on 5. Bachu is the other not out batsman. 142 for 8. We're in over number 45. That's pulled again, air in the air, but falling well short of the mid-on fielder. They take 1. Stewart goes up to 6. 144. 143 for 8. Stewart is on 7 actually. It brings Sanjeev Bachu into strike. He's yet to get off the mark, just faced the 2 deliveries. Taking his guard with the bail, a la Shiv Chandapur and company. Round the wicket to the right-hander is Frazan. One beats him through to the keeper. Well taken this time by Sichara. Yes, but Kashab, it depends how much this plays on Trinidad and Tobago's minds, though. You know, they might be saying to themselves, yeah, but we've still got, you know, a good score that we feel we can defend. Wide down the leg side. Good take by Sicharan, but wide given by umpire Williams. So one more to the total, 144 for 8.
Yeah, I believe the first wicket partnership was between 80 or 90.
97.
Correct.
Yeah. Fraser in again, and this one peels off the outer portion of the bat on the bounce to backward point. And does the fielding, and there's no run.
So you just ask yourself, 97 without loss, 144 for 8. What went wrong?
Exactly. Well, we can tell you what went wrong. They started
Exactly.
panicking.
It has been from a retrospective point of view, and from the standpoint where they would want to have some internal reflection as a team and as well as individuals.
Fraser now over the wicket.
That's a really nice delivery. In fact, still saw some movement just shaping away there, even at this late stage.
Yeah, he hasn't bowled badly, Fraser. It's an interesting action. His non-ball in hand, or his left arm, falls away quickly. Puts a lot of shoulder into his delivery, and they stab down on the offside. Good call in there by Stewart. They take a quick single. Banchu is off the mark. He's on 145 for 8. Bring Stewart back onto strike. He's on 7.
Well, we know it's just around that lunch hour. And we see patrons all around the ground. Getting ready. As this innings approaches its end, well, 2 wickets remain, but also 5 overs after the next legal delivery. It's a matter of which one would come first, the way that it has gone thus far. But at the risk of not sounding like a stuck record, as you saw the quick single before, you just wonder how many times or opportunities throughout the innings they could have gotten some more quick singles as well as turning ones into twos.
Wide and slashed through point region into the boundary for 4.
Cut away nicely, short, wide, and allowed him to free his hands, extend his levers, and most importantly, cut away along the ground. Welcome boundary to the Red Force, and that brings the total to 150 for the loss of 8 in 45 overs.
Stewart moves on to 11. Patrice Fraser has completed his spell of 10 overs. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 46. By the opening fast bowler. Mackenzie will continue from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. He bowled be bowling to Bachu, who's on 1.
Sanjeev Bechu from St. Mary's College in Trinidad and Tobago, the East Zone.
Mackenzie into him now, and it's pushed to short extra cover, no run. You know, as we were saying earlier, though, Kashyap, it is a hard ground to defend, simply because of its size. But I think Trinidad and Tobago will be thinking 150 plus on the board. As this delivery is pushed into cover. Tumbling saved there by Ramsamy. They take 1, so that gets Bachu onto 2, and the score 151 for 8. Yeah, even though they've had that collapse, and they were looking at a lot more than what they'll probably end up with. I still think Trinidad and Tobago fancy their chances. Time will tell though. Mackenzie into Stewart. Stewart goes for a big one, takes the edge, flies through to Sicharan, who took a top catch. And Trinidad and Tobago lose their 9th.
An excellent catch there from the wicketkeeper. He's had a couple tough ones put down, but also been efficient on most occasions. And there, a nice catch rising. Seemed to be standard initially, but based on the extra height and bounce of that delivery, turned out to be a very good take in the end. And Mackenzie picking up another well-deserved wicket.
He's bowled well, and he's, as we say, he's been the most economical of the Guyanese bowlers.
Yeah, a very thick outside edge, as you saw there in the replay. Just taking a wild swing at it, and the keeper had to readjust his hands. In fact, he was at that position where he was going to take it with his hands outstretched, and then had to go into the reverse cup position.
No, he did well, because, as you say, Kashyap really flew through to him.
And it's good to see. You recall earlier in the innings where there was a mis-stumping, and he seemed very disappointed with himself. He seemed to be hanging his head down and just shrugging his shoulders, and saw at least 2 or 3 of the players, in fact, just come to give him an extra boost of confidence, a pat on the back, tell him, put that behind you, let's keep working. And that was truly refreshing and very good to see from these youngsters. Of course,
Absolutely.
team sport, you don't play it by yourself. As much as you have standout bowlers, standout batters, fielders, you need everyone in the team for it to work well.
Definitely. Everybody needs to contribute, and the Guyanese bowlers have hit back well, bowling full and straight. That delivery defended well by the new batsman, last man in, Giovanni McKnight. 151 for 9. We're in over number 46. So they probably will think that they're going to end up about 40 or 50 short of what they probably imagined at the halfway stage. But will it be enough? And that, it's got to be close. Height, maybe. Bernard Joseph saying not out.
Initially seemed as if it was going down leg, and also the height could have been a factor. Yeah, possibly just missing the leg stump.
Mackenzie again into McKnight. Defends that with a straight bats to complete the over. So at the end of over number 46, Trinidad and Tobago 151 for 9.
So 152 for 9, 46.1 overs. Nathaniel Ramsamy back into the attack. Initial spell of 6 overs, 2 wickets for 15. It was a very critical and crucial introduction when he got the ball in hand. He came in and seemed to stem the flow of runs, and in addition to that picked up some vital wickets during his spell. So it has been an important contribution here from Ramsamy, and has also been integral in the field, taking a couple of catches. And this last pair at the crease of Bechu and McKnight, I think their aim should be bat until the 50 overs are completed.
Yeah,
They
just see how much you can get out of these remaining overs. Wide down the leg side by Ramsamy, called by umpire Williams. Ramsamy changing ends. He's now coming from the Sir Andy Roberts end. .154 for 9. We're in over number 47.
I think with the score over 150, they do have some runs to defend. As you mentioned before, the size of this field and the availability of gaps is something to consider. But when they get the ball in hand, the Trinidad and Tobago team, they have to look to get wickets. There's no question. We saw Guyana with their approach, as Trinidad was batting first. They were just taking their time, allowing them to make their runs, and then the wickets fell very swiftly. The difference is that when Trinidad and Tobago would be bowling, they would be defending whatever total they end up setting, and they really can't just allow Guyana to take their time. If they end up on, let's say, 180, if they get some more runs, they'll still be under 4 runs and over, which is by means not a difficult task. But if the bowling is consistent and restricting the ability to score, then it can place additional pressure. 154 for 9 after 47.
Yes, most definitely, Kashyap. But what are we looking at with Trinidad and Tobago? Is it predominantly a spin attack?
So they're a mixture of some key bowlers, but most notably, I would say, just from the standouts recently, Keenan Pollard, of course, with his off break, has picked up a lot of wickets. Zion Phillip with his left unorthodox.
Wide ball missed by keeper and gone into the fence for 4 byes.
A welcome boundary.
Most
with Trinidad and
definitely.
Tobago, not off the bat, but off of the extras column. And they will take everything that they can get.
I was a bit stiff on keeper Cicerando. I think it was almost a wide there by Mackenzie. Anyway, he's in again, round the wicket to the left-handed McKnight. Plays that to short cover, and there's no run. 158 for 9. We're in over number 48. Plays this one up to mid-on, shies at the stumps, direct hit, but McKnight is home safely. So he goes on to 2, 159 for 9. By my clock, we're about 10 minutes late. And that seems unusual to me because they looked like they were flying through those overs, especially when the spinners were on, or even when the fast bowlers were on. They bowled about 13 or so overs in that first hour. Played nicely, short rising ball by Mackenzie. But Chu just leant back and guided it down to third man for a single. He moves on to 4, 160 for 9.
Yeah, the first session would have been scheduled to end at 12:50. Now just a couple of minutes after 1 o'clock, and still 2 hours to go after this. So
round the wicket, Mackenzie into the left-handed McKnight. Takes a thick outside edge, flies down to third man for a single.
it just reminds me, Terry, of the conversation that we saw the two umpires having with the skipper. Could it have been in relation to the over rate?
Could have, yeah.
But again, it still is a bit surprising because when the fast bowlers alone were operating, they finished the first 11 overs in under an hour. 11 to 12 overs.
Right, yeah.
When the first drinks break was taken.
And then we've had a lot of spin throughout the course of the innings. This is turned back with a square. Chase for fine leg to come round. He can't cut it off. Good looking boundary there to Vachu. Mackenzie just straying down leg. He moves on to 8. Score 165 for 9. And that completes over number 48.
Yep, and granted, we know the fact that there have been 9 wickets taken in this inning, so when each wicket falls, there would be some time with batsman walking out, batsman coming in. But again, everything seemed to be going very smooth. So I'm not too sure what has caused the extra time in this innings, but nonetheless, we're at this stage where 2 overs are left. 165 for 9.
Yeah, and all that is supposed to be factored in, though, isn't it? You know, the batsman going out, the other one coming in, drinks breaks, all that business. We haven't had any injuries or anything to that effect where that has held up play. So
there was only one instance where Aguera dived and he had to be checked by the physio, but that was very early on in the innings when everything was still on time.
And they called drinks.
Correct, and they got drinks at the same time. So
anyway, Latif continues. This is slapped through the cover region. Good running again. They come back for 2. So 2 more to McKnight. He goes to 5, 167 for 9.
Yeah, not the best of throws to the wicket. In fact, if he threw it directly to the bowler, the batsman coming back would have been in some trouble, but safely home in the end.
Latif over the wicket to the left-handed McKnight. Driving. Shouldn't have beaten short extra cover. More sloppy fielding there by Guyana. Allows the single. So 168 for 9. We're in over number 49. McKnight moves on to 6. Brings Bachu back onto strike. He's on 8. Fielder goes back to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Long on, long off, out. Driven to cover, and there's no run. Everybody else in the circle for the wrist spinner Latif into Bachu. And that one almost gets through him.
Well, I really like the fact that they have stuck with the thief and they're giving him his 10 overs that he's
Yes.
allotted. Granted, he hasn't taken many wickets, just one.
That could be two, and it is simple caught and bowled, trying to pull that.
Right on cue?
Yes, through square leg, the Batshu got the leading edge, lobbed back simply to Latif, who took the catch to complete the innings. So Trinidad and Tobago have been bowled out for 168 in 48.4 overs. McKnight remains the not-out batsman on 6, and Latif takes his second wicket, 2 for 31.
The simplest of caught and bowls, return catch to Latif, and I was literally just about to say that he has been very economical, he has been miserly with his spell, just on around 3 runs per over, and the fact is that he has allowed some of the other bowlers in fact to get wickets, because when they were unable to score off of him, they tried to play more expansive and aggressive shots, and that led to their downfall on more than one occasion. So with this total 168 all out, that means that Guyana will require 169 for victory, and at this point the players are going to have their lunch interval. And your thoughts quickly on that first innings, Terry?
Yeah, well, the way they started, Trinidad and Tobago, if they had kept their head, they were looking at anything in excess of 200. So I thought Guyana did well to get themselves back in the game, kept taking wickets at regular intervals, simply by bowling full and straight and waiting for Trinidad to make the mistakes. The mistakes came, they'd be happy to bowl them out, but still, we've got a game on, I feel, because they've still got something decent on the scoreboard to defend. Can they defend it? Time will tell.
Definitely. Well, we will look forward to that run chase in just around half an hour's time, and we encourage all of you to stay tuned to the West Indies Cricket's YouTube channel for continued coverage of this encounter. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this Under-15s Rising Stars West Indies Championship match between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. I can tell you Trinidad and Tobago, after being sent into bat, were bowled out for 168 in 48.4 overs. And Guyana just starting their chase of 169 to win. Guyana need 169 at about 3.4 runs per over to win this match. Top score for Trinidad and Tobago was opener Jordan Julian, who made 53 off 99 deliveries, included 3 fours and a 6. Davis Guerra, the other opening bat, he made 32. They put on 96 for the first wicket, but then lost 10 for 72 to be bowled out for 168 in 48.4 overs. 2 wickets apiece to Patrice Francis, Rafael McKenzie, and Riaz Latif, the leg spinner. Also Nathaniel Ramsamy, the off spinner, and Brandon Henry, left arm spinner. So come back by Guyana to bowl Trinidad and Tobago out after their strong start. We're in the first over here of the reply. It's 0 for 0. Justin Dowling is on strike to Samuel Stewart. As I say, very good afternoon to Kashav Bahadur Singh.
Good afternoon to you as well, Terry.
Enjoy your lunch.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, rearing for action. And wait for the resumption to see how this run chase goes.
Cut away to backward point by Dowling. No run, so that completes the first over. Bowled by Samuel Stewart. He starts with the maiden. So Guyana chasing 169 to win, 0 for 0. And just to bring you up to date on the other matches in this first round of the West Indies Rising Stars Under-15s Championship, I can tell you that defending champions Barbados have already won their match. They bowled Jamaica out for just 77 in 24.5 overs, and they got to the target of 78 quite comfortably, did Barbados. 78 for 1 off 18 overs. So they won that match by 9 wickets. And the other match taking place at Coolidge Cricket Ground. Leeward Islands home team bowled out for 109 in 29.4 overs, chasing 110 to win. Windward Islands in the 22nd over at 86 for 1. Well on top there, Windward Islands. So it's going to be left arm pacer Sedafal, who starts off with a very wide delivery. So that's first runs for Guyana.
I saw some noticeable swing movement away from the left-handed batter there. So called a wide first up, but would be encouraged by that once he's able to pitch it on the line of the stumps.
Runs in again to Sicharan. Guides that down to third man for a single. So Sicharan is off the mark. He's on 1. Score 2 without loss. We're in over number 2. Yes, still a strong easterly blowing across the ground, left to right as you look at your screen. The left arm of Cedafal, hoping get the ball to swing away from these two left-handers. That one died, rolled through to the keeper.
Really good looking delivery there. That's the exact areas you'd want to be hitting. Just seeing it passing outside the edge very closely. And an interesting sight, two left-handed opening batsmen. When last have you seen a pair of left-handers open at the crease?
Yeah, very true.
Reminds me of Chris Gale and Wavell Hines.
Right, yeah. It was a long time ago. Good movement away again. Just beats the bat of Dowling.
Now what we have seen from Dowling thus far, he's faced some 8 deliveries, has not scored a run as yet. But he's going to play his shots. He's not looking to stick around and waste any time just blocking deliveries.
Yeah, he looks a solid lad, so expect him to pack a punch. Sicharan, of course, is a Guyana wicket keeper, opening the innings here. A slip, third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, again beaten outside the off stump to a fairly wide delivery, but a no ball. Cedafal just overstepping there. Be a free hit for Justin Dowling.
Don't want to be bowling those no balls so early on in the innings. Need to set the tone properly. Limit those extras. Limit anything for the batsman to get easy runs off of.
And he misses that one too, so gets away with the free hit, does Cedafal.
And Dowling is rehearsing the same aggressive shot. I must say I'm a bit excited to see when he does get back onto ball how far it travels, because has not connected as yet.
Again pitched up, again stifled appeal, but no edge found. So he's having trouble laying bat on ball, that's for sure. He's faced 10 deliveries now. Still hasn't scored. Cedafal keeping it nice and full.
Yeah, with some really good seam bowling when he's pitched it in the right areas. And more importantly, the swing. Taking it away from the left-hander. Natural angle. And this one tailing back in, so good variation shown here from Cedafal. And that brings the second over to an end. 3 without loss.
There's a quiet start here by Guyana, chasing 169 to win.
And of course, Justin Dowling just reminded me of former Guyanese and West Indies cricketer Travis Dowling.
So might be relations.
I would anticipate that there might be some sort of a relation there. Of course, Travis Dowling was the sort of batsman never wasted much time at the crease either. Liked to play his strokes, was very attractive as a batsman, so could be that we're seeing some of those traits emanating at the young Justin Dowling here, but Lomar Sicharan is the one on strike. Samuel Stewart to continue. That's well bowled from Stewart.
But both these opening bowlers, though, Kashyap, look like they've learnt from the Guyana bowlers. They keep it full, basically bowl stump to stump on this deck. Stewart in again, left by Sicharan. Score remains on 3 without loss. We're in over number 3. Bowling to a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, straightish mid wicket, backward square leg and a fine leg. Coming over the wicket to the left-handed Sicharan. Full again, and that's driven through the cover region into the boundary. 4 runs. The first boundary for Trinidad and Tobago comes off the bat of Sicharan. He moves up to 5 and the score 7 without loss.
They're just given some extra width on this occasion. Previous deliveries would have been a bit closer to the stump, so this time just right into the arc for Sicharan, and a nice looking drive from the left-hander all the way to the boundary for 4.
Stewart in again to Sicharan. Played nicely, but straight to short extra cover, and there's no run. Beautiful day here in Antigua. Sun shining. Scattering of spectators, mostly with the touring teams, both good support for Guyana and Trinidad. Encourage you to come down to North Sound, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium if you're in Antigua. Watch the rising stars of West Indies cricket, the future as they say. On show here in the West Indies Under-15s Championship. Stewart in again to Sicharan. Again, he's slashing outside off. It's the outer portion of the bat. Flies past backward point down to the third man region for 4 more. So Sicharan moves on to 9 and the score 11 without loss.
Yeah, again, just a bit too wide. If he's bowling that footish length, he can't go anywhere out of the range of the stumps, because you would allow the batsmen to just free their hands and put everything behind the stroke, as we saw there. And a thick outside edge and all the way for 4. So 2 welcome boundaries for Guyana in that over. And they seem to be very relaxed in the dugout with this run chase to ensue.
Yeah, 11 without loss after 3. Going to be the left arm pacer, Sadafal, to continue. He's bowling to Darlin, who's edging, and edging past slip. Down to third man, they pick up a single. So he got bat onto that one, almost became his downfall, but he avoided the first and only slip there, so he gets off the mark. He's on 1, the score 12 without loss.
Yeah, comfortably past the outstretched hand of the first slip fielder. Might have been a better chance if there was a second slip in place, but just 1 at this stage. And you would think, given the movement you've seen from the left arm seamer in his first over, as well as that outside edge, And the fact that you're looking for wickets, why not put in a second slip, at least in this early stage of the innings?
Yes, definitely. As we speak, looks like the short extra cover is going exactly there now. That's interesting. First slip has moved up. He's basically, well, they're staggered. There's the keeper in front, first slip just behind, and the second slip even further behind the first slip.
They can see
very
them in the-
interesting field placing for that second slip.
Yeah, it's the first time that you've really seen a second slip behind the first slip. Usually the first slip would be the deepest. And according to the angles, the second slip just in front.
And that's slashed this time by Sichuan. And the first slip got both hands to it, put it down.
Now, if he was in his original position,
Yes.
where before he brought the second slip next to him and he moved forward, if he stayed in that original position, actually would have probably gone straight to hand.
Absolutely.
And take a look at it here.
A very unusual field placing. And he's very close there at first slip. That travelled off the edge of the barrel, flew to him. He was late to react. And even so, I think second slip would have had the better chance being as deep as he was. Nevertheless, it's gone down, and Dowling has picked up a boundary off the next ball.
And he's taking advantage. A majestic stroke here. Look at this lovely drive from Dowling for 4 runs all along the carpet.
Yep, straight through the offside for 4, so he goes on to 5, score 17 without loss.
But if it's one thing for certain, Dowling has a lot of flair. Seems to be one of those stylish left-handers that like to hit the ball to all parts of the park. 70 without loss after 4. And with the mood that he seems to be in right now, you just wonder if he's going to get off to a flyer or if they can get an early breakthrough and expose some more of the Guyanese batting lineup.
Yeah, it looks like he backs himself, especially through that offside, but Trinidad would be pretty disappointed that they didn't grab the chance off Sichuan in that previous over. That unusual staggered slip cordon, where first slip was way in front of second slip, and he put it down. Stewart to continue. This is punched into the point region, can't beat the field, no run. Sichuan on 10, Dowling on 5, 17 without loss.
Samuel Stewart, a very talented all-round player. We saw a bit of him with the bat in hand, some nice strokes. But mainly known for his medium pace bowling from South Trinidad.
In again to Sichuan. Knocked into the mid-wicket region for a comfortable single. He moves on to 11, the score 18 without loss. And I can tell you that Windward Islands have completed victory. They chased down 110 for victory in 25.5 overs to win by 8 wickets. So Leeward Islands all out for 109 in 29.4 overs. Windward Islands chasing that down 110 for 2 off 25.5 overs. Stewart in again to Dowling, is looking to guide this down to third man, but this gets it into the backward point region and there's no run. So an 8-wicket win there to the Windward Islands and a 9-wicket win to Barbados over Jamaica as the two other matches here in Antigua today in this West Indies Rising Stars Under-15s Championship. Stewart into Dowling. Dowling again looking to cut that through the offside. Catches the bottom end of the bat. No run. So we got the most contested match for the round, Kashev. The only one that's still going.
Yeah, definitely. I think I just need to put some more incentives behind trying to get an early wicket here. And given the fact that the Guyanese batsmen look to be in a mood to play their shots, you can use that to your advantage.
Yes, most definitely. Stewart in again to Dowling. Going to clip that into the mid-wicket region. Can't beat the field. Over comes to an end. So after 5 overs in pursuit of 169 for victory, Guyana 18 without loss, with Sicharan on 11 and Dowling on 5. Sedofal will continue with his left arm pace from this the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. The 2 slips in play, but now the second slip is in a more traditional position. Already been 1 catch put down off Sicharan, off the bowling of Sedofal. You'd almost call it a slip in a gully though, because he's really in a third slip position there. Gap between first and himself. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Third man also back on the boundary. Bowler in a good tight line here though, the young left armour. Stroked into the cover region but can't beat the field.
So what do they need to do here, the Trinidad and Tobago team, in order to try and upset this Guyana batting order?
Once defended off the back foot.
Looks solid
Yes.
in defence, Sicharan, and Dowling looks to be attacking, so it's a good balance from the opening pair.
Yeah, true. But they tend to, by the looks of them, both favour the off. I don't think that second slip there is in a still. I don't think he's in the right position as Sadafal in again. Again, see, both of them are going for it. There's an appeal. Not out, says Anna Joseph. And that completes the over. So at the end of 6 overs, Guyana are 18 without loss. But just the way they're playing, especially to those fuller deliveries, slashing outside the off stump, I think I bring that man up from third man, put him in the gully region, and have the two slips in the gully rather than the gap between first and he's almost a third slip for when the left arm Sedefal is bowling. When Stewart is bowling, they've just got the one slip. Stewart in now to Dowling, and Dowling plays that quietly up on the offside. There's no run. He's on 5. Seacher on 11. 18 without loss. We're in over number 7. As they got all the time in the world to get these runs, Kashav and
Looks as if they are going to use it.
yeah.
And by all means, they have the overs, they have the time. Take advantage of it while on offer.
Think about the single. There's definitely one there as he pushed that into the mid-wicket region. They eventually go through for the single. Who's Dowling on to 6, 19 without loss in over number 7. So therefore Trinidad and Tobago should know that it's going to be very difficult to contain this score of 168.
Nice looking shot, but unable to pierce the gap. So yeah, it's really just a matter of whether this game is going to peter out in terms of whether we're going to see repeats of this passage of play for the first 5 overs, where bowlers are getting 1 or 2 deliveries to beat the outside edge of the bat, but not really troubling the batsman, and they're content to just defend and wait on the loose deliveries.
Bit of fielding there in the short extra cover region. Yeah, but I just like to see them a bit more attacking.
That's exactly what I'm getting at, Terry,
Yeah.
right on the cue, because if you allow the Guyanese batsmen to get comfortable early on in the innings, and given the fact that the required run rate is nothing too outstanding, you can just take their time and then wait for these sort of deliveries, and they can try and get them to the boundary ropes. So far, Seacher 11 out of 21, Dowling 6 from 21, so not scoring at any express rate, but still seem to be going steadily long enough. But I must say, I think that the trump card for Trinidad and Tobago may be with their spinners. Pacers are doing a decent job. I think just as we saw in that first innings from Guyana, a similar sort of type of batting innings may result here, where the new ball with the Pacers, this sort of wicket, is just going to come on nicely. And only when that ball gets a bit older, or some of the shine comes off of it, then you might see some different impact from the spinners. We saw lots of spinners used from Guyana in their bowling innings, but not many that turned the ball quite a lot. In fact, the one delivery that turned significantly was the one that got the better of young Caden Pollard.
True.
And he's persisting with his fast bowlers from both ends as Sadapal continues. Oh, foolish length delivery, almost playing it onto the stumps.
But that's why I say that I'd strengthen that slip code. I've moved the second slip into a traditional second slip position. He's more in a third slip at the moment, and bring third man up to gully. Try and get some wickets, because they have created chances, these two opening bowlers. Again, past the outside edge of Dowling's bat. So in the the Guyana bowling, the spinners did pick up 6 wickets in that Trinidad innings. That's hammered straight down to mid off.
He took the toe end of the bat. If he got it anywhere close to the middle, I think it would have been racing along the carpet for 4.
Yes, Dowling continues to look to get on with the game. Satterfall in again and again wide, called wide by umpire Joseph. So 21 for 1, we're in over number 8. Seacharan is on strike, he's on 11, Dowling is on 7. Again slashed down to third man for the single. But see, even that they had the gully in, that was catchable height when it was going through the gully area. Alright, you can tell me that the third man's down there to stop runs leaking through that area, but you should be looking wickets because the score of 168 will be very difficult on this ground for Trinidad and Tobago to defend.
Yeah, it's really and truly just a matter of whether they're willing to allow the game to go by or whether they are willing to grab the game by the scruff of its neck and take it into their own hands. Need to do something to get an early breakthrough. Don't want to leave it too late.
Nice looking stroke, but straight to mid-off to complete the over. So at the end of the 8th over, Guyana are 22 without loss, with Seacharan on 12 and Dowling on 7. And they're in pursuit of 169 for victory after bowling Trinidad and Tobago out for 168. 48.4 overs. Pick of the bowlers was fast bowler Rafael McKenzie with 2 for 26. The wickets were shared around by the Guyanese after Trinidad and Tobago got off to a very solid start. 97 for the opening partnership. Stewart to start a new over. The first delivery clipped up to mid-on and there's no run. So still just the one slip for Stewart. Third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And backward square leg. So that's driven firmly up to mid-off by Seacharan, no run.
And what do you think about this approach to persist with the fast bowlers into their 5th over now at this stage? Was Stewart into his 5th, and assuming that Sadafal gets his 5th as well?
Yeah, I don't mind it, Kashav. I don't think either of them have bowled badly. They've created chances, few plays and misses, one drop chance, slip. But they need the support in the field, and I just feel that the guy down here on the third man boundary, I get the idea, as I say, you know, to try and not leak runs, but you're creating chances on or about off stump. I'd bring him up into either a second slip for Stewart or a gully for Sadafal. And that is pulled backward of square, and that will go into the boundary for 4. So short and down the leg side there by Stewart. Quickly onto it was Seacharan. He moves up to 16, 26 without loss.
Yeah, just pulled away down to that vacant backward square region. And not the best line delivery. He was very consistent prior to that, Stewart. in terms of ensuring that he maintained it just on or around that off-stump line. Unfortunately, straight onto the pads, and Cicheran gladly accepting.
Stewart in again to Cicheran. It's driven straight back to the bowler. Half stops it on his follow through.
And as you rightly said, they have not been bowling badly. It's just that nothing has really created any extra pressure on the Guyanese batsmen. Yes, they have had a couple plays and misses, and one edge that could have been a catch. Apart from that, they have looked to me solid, and then this quick single here would be an example of good batting. If you're unable to get the boundaries, you're unable to score as you would like, just play with soft hands, drop the ball into the ring, and rotate the strike with good communication from your partner. 27 without loss after 9.
Yeah, good batting, good running between Cicheran and Dowling. And they're just settling into their partnership here. As left armer Sarafal will continue. 2 slips, full pitch delivery and thump through the cover region 4-4 by Cicheran.
And
over pitch that time by Sarafal.
This is what we were sort of looking at, Terry. If it is they continue to bowl the same bowlers, and well, that was a gift in fairness. That was a full toss and rightly deposited, but again, you have to be mindful of the bowlers themselves. 5 overs on the trot. Yes, they are allowed to bowl up to 6, but from the start of the game, you made a very valid point in terms of managing the workload of these young fast bowlers.
Sadafal in again to Cicheran, who's on 21. He lets that one through to the keeper. Yes, and I just think they've missed a trick here, Trinidad and Tobago. They got to be searching wickets, but they don't. They don't really have the field set for that.
Cut away.
Good catch.
He's got him.
Cut straight to backward point. It went like a tracer bullet, but he took it beautifully.
Very important.
And there you go.
Yeah, there you go. Right on cue again. Just as we were asking for Trinidad to be a bit more assertive with their bowling and fielding. And they have done so. Short, wide. It was there to be cut away in fairness.
Definitely. With a nothing delivery.
But
he hit it straight to point.
Cut in the air. Let's take a look at this again. They're very wide indeed. Cut away uppishly. And good catch taken low down. And look at the celebrations there. They know what it means. Early breakthrough like this.
Definitely. That's got them going.
Cicheran has to go.
It was wide enough that he could have left it. It was going further away from him. Proved to be his downfall, why he couldn't keep it down. He's gone for 21 off 31. Guyana in pursuit of 169 for victory, 31 for 1 in the 10th over. that was the breakthrough that Trinidad were looking for.
Very important wicket there for the Trinidad and Tobago team, as well as young Jaden Sadafal.
Full toss again. Stroked into the cover region, but can't beat the field.
Possibly a chance of an overthrow, but backing up there in the end. So the current run rate and required run rate, not too far off. 3.41 required, 3.26 current.
It's Arif Bakas. That's the new batsman. And he gets off the mark by turning it down to fine leg. So he moves on to 1 and the score 32 for 1. Brings Justin Dallin back on strike. He's on 7. Still got the staggered slip cordon for Dowlin. Plays that firmly up to mid-on. There's no run to complete the over. So it's successful over there for Jaden Sadafal. He picked up the wicket of Sicharan, and at the end of the over, Guyana are 32 for 1. That's the completion of the first power play. So after 10 overs, 32 for 1, chasing 169 for victory, with Dowlin on 7 and Bacchus on 1.
And it looks as if Stewart is going to bowl his 6th over on the trot.
But this is where I'd like to see Pollard do something. He's there at first slip. Captain of the team, already put down a catch. New batsman at the crease. Order of the day is wickets. But just the one slip. And there you go.
It's as if the ball is going exactly where you asked it to, Terry. Because he in fact just shuffled 2 steps to his right.
So he's obviously aware of
He
the
is.
fact that all these batsmen so far for Guyana are vulnerable on or about the off stump.
And I think it's
So
just a
instead
matter
of going wide, bring in another slip.
correct. Because no matter where he puts himself, the ball is going either to his left or his right.
Dowlin staying over the wicket to the left-handed Stewart, to the left-handed Dowlin, who plays that up to mid-on, and there's no run. 33 for 1. We're in over number 11. We've seen at least 3 fly through that slips. 1 put down. Right? If they lose by 3 wickets, they're not going to turn around at the end of the day, Kashav, and say, oh yeah, but do you notice the guy down on the third man boundary, how many runs he saved?
Well, I think it's a question of, this game of cricket has so many twists and turns in terms of the momentum, shifting from team to team. If they bring the third man up, put him into the slip region, what if it goes past him and goes for 4? So I think they're just weighing all of these options, as this one is.
Agree, but I'm just saying though that you want the bowlers are bowling in the right areas. You want the chances created. It's better to have fielder there and it passes him, or he puts it down, or whatever. At least you got the chance of taking the wickets than saving 3 runs.
And that's the reality. You'd rather try to get the wickets and risk leaking some runs than not trying to get them at all, and the runs coming anyway.
Shot. High over mid-on, plugs in the outfield.
It just shows you the size of this field, doesn't it?
Yes. And especially, as I said earlier, there a bit of rain around the last couple of days in Antigua, so the outfield won't be as quick as it could be. But different Kashav if you're trying to defend 268, you can understand. But when you only got 168 on the board, well bowled again by Stewart, but left alone by Bacchus to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Guyana in pursuit of 169 for victory. 36 for 1 after 11 overs. Dowling is on 10 and Bacchus is on 2. He's the one that's picked up the wicket. That was of Sicharan for 21. Hit it like a tracer bullet, but straight to point. Took a sharp catch. Full pitch, some swing there. Toe into the bat up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, for a moment there it was uppish in the air. Just wondered if it was going to carry to the fielder at mid-off, but thankfully for Dolan in the end, safe.
Sadafal in again to Dallin. This is in the air, just dropping short of the cover fielder there.
Now, how many times have we seen aggressive strokes played in this game and the ball is just going in the air in the 30-yard circle? Is it a matter of, we know it's mistiming, but is it that they're trying to hit the ball too hard?
Yeah, well, I think that's dead right. Kashavas Sadafal in again to Dallin again, and this time it's gone straight to cover and he's put it down. Simple effort, but I was watching him the ball before. He didn't commit. He sort of escorted the ball, allowed it bounce before him. This one, Darling got a bit more of it, went straight to him, and he just totally misjudged it and put it down. But this is what I say. I think they miss time in the ball because it's a big ground, and they feel they have to, they have to hit it well to let it reach the boundary. This one under edge past the keeper, 4 more. So Dowling living dangerously but getting away with it. He moves on to 14. 40 for 1 in the 12th. And also the other thing is the fieldsmen, they just because it's a big ground, they don't need to be right on that 30-yard circle. So you're seeing a lot of shots being played, big shots as you say. They miss time because they're trying to look for the rope, but they're getting away with it because the fielders are too deep. But that cut should have been taken there at cover. Again, uppish to point. No run.
So you just wonder if we are able to observe that from the first innings, and now we're seeing a repeat of it in the second innings, whether the coaches or the staff, I know that at this age group they would not have analysts assigned to the team, such as the senior level, but it's just about match awareness.
Yeah, most definitely. And, for the first time that they would have played here.
I think it's just a simple aspect of realizing the game situation, knowing what you can do to improve and just taking a couple footsteps forward if all of those deliveries are going in the air but dropping short a few. As the 12th over is completed, 40 for the loss of 1, and the players are going to have a drinks break.
Welcome back here to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this West Indies Rising Stars under 15 first round championship match between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Guyana in pursuit of 169 for victory after bowling Trinidad and Tobago out for 168, a 40 for 1 after 12 overs. We're going to see spin for the first time as Ethan Ramcharan. He's taking up the attack, replacing Samuel Stewart from the Sir Andy Roberts end. And he's into Bacchus, who plays that.
So interestingly enough, Ethan Ramcharan is also a wicketkeeper, and he wicket keeps for his school in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as the zone, I believe, but a very useful right-hand leg spinner.
Yes, another leg spinner, which is very encouraging to see. He's got a slip in there in Captain Pollard. It's driven firmly, dragged to the onside by Bacchus.
Bacchus also seems to be in that attacking mood. Just his sixth delivery. He's already looking to go over that fielder at mid-on.
He's got a very open stance as Bacchus, almost Shiv Chandapur-like, but he's a right-hander. Very square on stance. Charan into him now, and again comes off the inner portion of the bat, rolls into the mid-wicket area, and no run. But for the most part, so far today though, Guyana have played the more consistent cricket. Trinidad got off to that excellent start where they put 96 on the board for the first wicket. Very wide, that one.
I think almost
wide.
off the pitch.
They put 96 on the board for that first wicket, but then lost 10 for 72 to be bowled out for 168. Trinidad. Guyana just playing good, honest cricket, bowling stump to stump, more or less waiting for Trinidad to make the mistakes, which they did, especially as the run rate started to drop. But also Trinidad haven't taken their chances. They've had chances in this Guyana reply, haven't been able to hold on to all of them, and Guyana are just knocking these runs off slowly but surely at the moment, as we see another change from this to Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Satterfeld has ended his spell. He was the wicket taker. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. Stewart's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 19. Ramcharan just the 1 over, 1 run. It looks like another left arm pacer will replace left arm pacer in Satterfeld. And that is lofted over mid-on into the boundary for 4. So Bacchus, a loosener there from the new bowler, who is Giovanni McKnight.
Yeah, just a bit too short from McKnight, and stood up and allowed Bacchus to pull that into the leg side. Another welcome boundary. So Guyana not mixing matters at all. They're scoring at a very healthy rate at this stage.
McKnight in again to Dowling, who turns that backward of square for easy single, but he looks like he's in some trouble.
He's down. It looks like a
Hopefully
bit of
it's Crown.
I really hope the young man is alright. He went down immediately as soon as he reached to the non-striker's end. It's good to see some team spirit and camaraderie on display here. The Red Force Trinidad and Tobago bowler is trying to help him stretch out that leg, but I think it's best to wait until the physiotherapist comes and give his expert determination. But he'd want to get back up on his feet, Dowling, and rightfully so he does. It's never a good sight when you see a player go down easily like that.
Absolutely.
Especially the start that he has had. 19 from 39, so strike rate just on around 50, not explosive by any means. But he looks like the sort of player that once he starts at the middle of the ball, it's going to be traveling all over.
Yeah, when I said hopefully he's only suffering from cramp. Cramp is bad enough, but I meant he didn't pull his hamstring or anything, but he's back on his feet, taken in some liquids, and they say it was cramp.
And also a testament to scorching sun out here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in lovely Antigua. He's just trying to walk it off. Maybe some electrolytes, a little dose to try and help keep the blood flowing. He has to take off the pads. So some extra checks being made here by the physio. These methods of treatment that we have seen over the years, of course, nothing better than good old ice. The amount of times that ice has come to the rescue in a sporting environment, whether it be cricket, football, any sort of sport, it truly is, I would say, a wonder of the world. Of course, you know the age-old acronym of RICE, which is rest, ice, compress, and elevate, which they advise you to do for all injuries of those types of nature. Once it's some sort of impact injury or any sort of bruising or swelling, tend to adopt that as the first approach. But it seems as if Dowling is going to be okay to continue. A really good sight to see the youngster back on his feet. Not only for the Guyana team, but for all fans of sport. Never want to see any players go down, whether it be due to injury or any ailment. And these youngsters are really battling it out here.
So we're almost ready for resumption. Bacchus will be on strike. He's on 2. Dowling is on 19. 46 for 1 in the 14th over. McKnight in his first over. Gonna slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off into Bacchus. Beats him outside off. No footwork there by Bacchus. Through to the keeper, no run. Mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square, and fine leg for the left arm pacer, Giovanni McKnight. You feel that Trinidad and Tobago, though, Kashav need to go bang bang here. Try and go very wide again by McKnight. Well taken by the keeper. One more to the score. 47 for 1.
Hey, McKnight just struggling a bit in his first over to maintain that consistency. He would hope to just try and recalibrate and get going.
He runs into Bacchus again. One beats him again.
That's much better. That's the line that he needs to be bowling, because the difference that we have seen just in this one over from McKnight compared to that of Sadafal is that he has a bit more height, and he seems to be generating more bonks.
Exactly.
And he's also not swinging the ball as much as Sadafal was. So two totally different types of left-arm seamers, and just need to accentuate their own strengths.
He's into Bacchus again, and again beats him. But just looking at Bacchus, though, he's getting more or less stuck on the crease. He has that wide stance. More or less square onto the bowler. And he's not really getting that left leg of his across towards the pitch of the ball. McKnight in again. And again beats him. So a good finish to the over there by McKnight. 6 runs from it though. 47 for 1 Guyana after 14.
And he's come back really nicely in those last 3 deliveries, especially. A couple of plays and misses, but one thing that the Guyanese team certainly needs to be mindful of is the fact that we have seen from the 3 batsmen thus far, the 2 at the crease and the 1 that has departed, they are trying to play a lot of attacking shots and playing and missing. and they don't want to reach in a situation where they accumulate too many dot deliveries and then leave it for later on to try to increase their run scoring. I think from at this point they should be looking to just rotate the strike, as you were saying at the break. If they go about this smartly and just get the singles, push for the ones, turn them into twos, the boundaries will come.
Exactly. The current run rate's 3.36. The required 3.39. So
Yeah, because if you
well
look
in
at
their grasp.
19 from 39 and 2 from 14,
Yeah.
that tells the story itself.
So Ramcharan will continue.
And the thing is, usually when you see that sort of score and that strike rate, you anticipate someone who's taking their time, leaving alone deliveries, but it's been the opposite. They have actually tried to go after deliveries.
True.
And not connected. So going with the momentum at this moment, but we saw how easily one wicket can change the game in the first innings.
That one's pulled into the mid-wicket region by Dowland for a single. He moves on to 20. Score 48 for 1. We're in over number 15. But as you say, Kashav, Bacchus is still trying to find his feet. He's only made the 2. Just put some more pressure on him. Big appeal for LBW. Joseph's given it. Well, as I said to you, he was getting stuck on the crease because he's got a very open stance and that left leg just doesn't come across anywhere near the pitch of the ball. He's stuck on the crease again. That basically went on with the arm from Ramcharan, and Joseph, umpire, in fact it was umpire Williams, says, you're out. So, Bacchus has gone for 2, Guyana lose their second, 48 for 2 in the 15th.
And Bacchus seems to be protesting a bit, but we'll see on this replay whether he has any valid concerns there or not.
Looking now, pitches.
Maybe a question of whether it would have been sliding down the leg side due to the fact that it wasn't the traditional leg spin. Appeared to have been the googly.
Umpire Williams took a long time to give it. Bacchus stood there with his hands on his hip.
And you see him
Felt
asking
it
the
was-
question. Based on where he was standing, he's asking the question, where was that ball going? But again, the umpire's decision is final, at least in this stage, without the assistance of technology and the DRS system. You have to go with the decision of the on-field umpires.
Yes, the umpire says you're out, you're out.
What's
But it did appear on that replay to be sliding down. Nevertheless, Guyana lost their second. .48 for 2 in over number 15.
And just as we were mentioning that Bacchus was trying to hit everything to the boundary ropes and then got maybe a bit frustrated with not getting bat onto ball, trying to make something out of the shot.
Shahid Ramzan is the new batsman. Defends that into the offside. So the leg spinner could make a difference here, Kashav. He's claimed his first. He's nearly got a second there. Has he? Has. He's given him out, caught behind. Double strike for Ramcharan. As we said, they needed to go bang bang, and that's exactly what Ramcharan has done for Trinidad. Ramzan has gone for naught. And all of a sudden, we're still in the 15th over, and it's 48 for 3.
A 2-in-1 over Terry, just as we are asking for Trinidad and Tobago to put something more attacking in terms of their bowling options, the introduction of the leg spinner, which could have gone either way in terms of conceding runs or getting wickets, has worked in their favour. Let's look at this one again.
It was a good catch.
Oh, excellent catch from the wicketkeeper. And you see here, yes, outside edge evident. And a good catch taken by,
He slayed low long enough.
yeah, Lee Chow there doing
Lee
well.
Chow, yeah.
And umpire again took his time
Yeah.
before he decided. But you saw there a noticeable deviation when the ball passed right by the bat, thus indicating an outside edge. And running away in joyous celebration was young Ram Charan.
So 2 wickets and just the single of this over. Still a ball to go for Ethan Ramcharan.
And you will recall, Terry, at the start of the innings when the Pacers were bowling well, I did mention that the trump card, I believe, for Trinidad and Tobago would have been their spinners.
Yes, and it's very interesting to see that both Guyanese batsmen that he's bowled to so far have been trying to read him off the pitch, which is always dangerous, especially for a leg spinner. Big appeal again. This time, umpire Williams says not out.
It looks as if every one of the Trinidad and Tobago players were on
Rushed
the
it.
pitch trying to appeal and convince the umpire they should have gotten a third decision in their favour. But I think this one was possibly just going down the leg side.
But an excellent over there by Ramcharan. 2 wickets and just the 1 run. Brought Trinidad and Tobago right back in this match now. 48 for 3, yeah, just sliding down, I think. But they're not picking him, that's for sure, because it was the googly that got Bacchus. And now
As well as
the
the
captain.
Dinubata Ramzan, because there was a
right
outside
yeah.
edge for the left-hander. So
Yeah.
2 googlies, in
Yeah.
fact, leading to the wicket.
And that one was very close to knocking over Captain Ramdahol. So it's Darlin back on strike, and he's gone for the lofted drive. Just missed the outside edge through to keeper Lee Chow. No run. So 48 for 3. The start of the 16th over. 2 quick wickets lost by Trinidad and lost by Guyana in the previous over. The score on 48. It remains on 48. 48 for 3. Chasing 169 for victory. All of a sudden, Trinidad and Tobago got a pep in their step. As McKnight is into Darlin, and this one's lofted high over mid-wicket. It'll plug in the outfield. Run 1. And they'll come back for 2. So he's still struggling, limping away. Cramp is Darlin. He picks up 2 more. He goes to 22, and the 50 is up for Guyana. 50 for 3 in over number 16.
Darlin is down again. Just wonder if he's going to be able to continue this time, because seems to be in some difficulty. And even with that shot, you saw it went high in the air, seemed to be going towards the boundary ropes, and when it landed, it just stuck. It did not hit the ground and run away to the boundary as he would have anticipated. But I know that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that there was no significant rainfall over the last few days. Is it just a matter of the outfield being thick grass, or?
Yeah, although there's been a bit of rain overnight.
Okay.
Yeah, not during the days, but overnight. But I thought it would run on a bit quicker than what it's doing. but certain
I mean,
areas seem to be plugging.
yeah, and it's definitely a very lush outfield. And really a refreshing sight to see. It's a lovely green grass. Back home in Trinidad and Tobago with the scorching heat, many of our cricket grounds have been affected in terms of just seeing different patches of some brown areas where the grass would have been burnt, and lots of remedial work being done
Okay.
by the ground staff to try and put extra hydration and just try to see how best they can get the grass back to its usual self. But it's one of those seasonal things in the Caribbean.
Yes, well, we're always under drought conditions. Very dry here in Antigua and Barbuda normally. He's still down is Dowling, getting some treatment again for cramps. Bring you up to date on Cricket 360, the two other games at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Windward Islands defeated Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands were bowled out for 109. Top score Jathan Edward, 23. Pick of the bowlers was Janelle Williams, 3 for 21. Also Jordan Charles took 3 for 27. And in reply, Windward Islands chasing 110 for victory. Reached 110 for 2 of 25.5 overs. Alex Armstrong, 47, not out at the top of the order. And in the other game at Liberta Sports Club, Jamaica were rolled over for 77 in 24.5 overs up against defending champions Barbados. Top score there was Luane Price, wicketkeeper, who made 22. Asher Branford, right-arm medium pacer, 4 for 20 off 5 overs. Was the pick of the bowlers. Joshua Thomas, left-arm fast bowler, 3 for 14. And Jahidi Hines, 3 for 16. So pace doing the job there on Jamaica, all out for 77. Barbados in reply, 78 for 1. It gave them a 9-wicket victory, and they knocked those runs off in 18 overs. Jahidi Hines, 28, not out, at the top of the order. Back live here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Dowling is back on his feet. He's on 22. It's 50 for 3. Halfway through the 16th over. Left armer Giovanni McKnight into Dowling. Played into the mid-wicket area and there's no run. So the run rate is still quite comfortable for Guyana. It's the wickets in hand now that they'll be looking at. They've already lost 3. Lose any more too soon. That's driven straight back over the bowler. And the mid-off comes around to collect that. Just a single to Dowling. Moves on to 23, 51 for 3. Brings Captain Richard Rounderhall. He's only faced the 1 delivery so far. He's on 0. One lets it go through to the keeper to complete the over. So at the end of the 16th over, Guyana in pursuit of 169 for victory, 51 for 3. Justin Dowling on 23 and around the hole yet to score. I dare say they'll be looking for runs from their captain round the hole. Kashev?
Yeah, and in fact, that leave alone of the last delivery, I was just running through my mind. I think that's the first delivery that has been intentionally left
Left
alone
alone.
for the entire innings across
True.
the both teams. So it just gives you an indicator of his approach.
Yes.
Could be that he's come out here with a purpose, knows that he has to bat deep for his team. 3 wickets down, 2 in 1 over from the same bowler. Ethan Ramcharan, who's going to continue. And Dowling, given the fact that he can't run too easily, I think he's going to look to attack.
Plays that firmly up to mid-off for a single. Takes him on to 24, 52 for 3. His captain around the hole to strike to face the Rispin Ramcharan. Plays that nicely backward of point to get off the mark. Ramcharan, of course, picked up 2 wickets in his previous over. Falling now to the left-handed Dowling. And called wide.
Good stop low down from the keeper. Lee Chow just getting down quickly to his right.
Ramcharan into Dowling. Plays that off the back foot, punches it up to a long on for an easy single. He moves on to 25, 55 for 3 in over number 17. Oh, big shouts, come back a long way. Umpire Williams says not out. He was caught on the back foot. Spun a long way in from outside. Off. Caught around the hull on the back foot, but umpire says not out. Ramcharan in again. This time he tries to pull it again off the back foot. Don't know whether he made contact or not. It's rolling down to the fine leg boundary where it's picked up now, and they come. That's better running. Come back for 3 wides.
And just pushing Dowling the extra. You see him just taking a second there to catch himself. Of course, just having a bit of difficulty with that cramp. Still a team player coming back on his captain's call.
Tossed up by Ramcharan. Almost brought about a wicket. 59 for 3. Dowling on strike. He's on 25. Gone for the big one over mid-wicket again. Doesn't make contact through to the keeper. Over completed. So at the end of the 17th over, Guyana in pursuit of 169 for victory. A 59 for 3. Justin Dowling is on 25. And Captain Richard Ramdahol is on 1. Stroked nicely by around the hole through the cover region out towards the boundary. Picked up just inside. This time they decide not to take the third, so 2 more to round the hole. He moves up to 3.
Well, that was some good work there all wrong. It's a really nice looking shot, and also the fielders in tandem. And the umpire now signaling
one short.
Yeah.
It's not good. So I think the score should be 60 for 3. That one's pulled nicely backward of square into the boundary. 4 runs. Short down the leg side. He got inside the line of it nicely round the hole and played it very well. So 4 more to him. He moves to 6 and the score is 64 for 3. Poor ball that by McKnight. Short wide down the leg side. That's slashed down to third man, who is not there anymore. 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries by around the hole. Again, it was short and wide, this time outside off stump by McKnight, trying to overcompensate for bowling the previous ball down the leg side. Round the hole, just threw everything at it. There's no slips waiting.
He's looked good around the hole since he's come to the crease. Just a short time, but he's been playing proper cricket in strokes and using the full face of the bat most importantly.
Better delivery, right up in the block hole, but played nicely to short extra cover. No run. Yes, round the hole's gone up to 10 of just the 7 deliveries. 68 for 3.
And there you see, even though that shot did not produce any runs, a really nice looking drive, playing through the V's.
McKnight in again to round the hole, and again full pitch delivery. And with mid-off back, they take the single. He moves on to 11, 69 for 3. Exactly 100 to win for Guyana. McKnight into the left-handed Dowling. Short again. Punched into the cover region, who makes a good stop. They take a single. To complete the over, the umpires are having a discussion again about something. There's too many outside the circle, was there?
I think
Is that what he's saying?
But it has to be that, because the square leg umpire is signaling no ball.
Yeah.
And that delivery was nowhere close to being over the waist.
So yes, it's been called a no ball, so a free hit for having too many outside the circle. So round the hole will be on strike for this free hit off McKnight. And he hits it straight up in the air. And they take 1.
Well, no better
time. A lot
time.
of fuss about nothing, really, wasn't it?
And no better time to get your chance than on a free hit.
Definitely.
Just allow you to release that, whatever is inhibiting you, and just free up your batting strokes.
because he's looking to counter-attack here, is the Guyanese captain, Richard Rounderhall, and he's not doing a bad job of it so far. 12 off 10 deliveries. Got the partnership going. They came together when the score was on 48 and they lost 2 wickets for naught. It's now 72 for 3 at the end of the 18th over. Dowling is on 26, Rounderhall is on 12. So they've added some 24 runs to settle them down. Ethan Ramcharan, the leg spinner, will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. 97 needed for victory by Guyana. 7 wickets for Trinidad. And that's slashed through the cover region out towards the boundary. Crosses the ropes now. 4 more. So Rounderhall is certainly looking to take the game to Trinidad and Tobago. He moves on to 16 off just the 11 deliveries.
Yeah, really good looking shot here from Rounderhall. Again, just showing some good batting intelligence. Delivery was short, turning away from him, and most importantly, got it through the gap.
76 for 3, Ramcharan into Rounderhall. Playing forward, push the cover fieldsman back onto the cover point boundary, so it'll be just the single this time. Goes on to 17, 77 for 3. Brings Justin Dowling back into strike. He's on 26, he's been there since the start. Faced some 51 deliveries, 3 fours in that 26 so far. He faces Ramcharan, plays that nicely, guides it backward of point down towards the third man boundary, and they take 2. So profitable over so far, 7 coming off the first 3 deliveries. Score goes up to,
and it's the 30 partnership in just 23 deliveries from this pair. And as we mentioned, when Rounderhall came to the crease, you just saw a different approach to the batting. In fact, I think personally that Dowling has become more tempered since Rounderhall has come to the crease, because initially he was trying to hit everything to all parts, and now we're seeing some nice strokes in terms of just opening the face of the bat, working the ball around, and in fact Rounderhall has scored more boundaries recently in the last couple of overs.
yes, very true. It seems to me though that Dowling started to settle down after he got the cramps. No?
And the irony is, you think that he would have just looked to stand there and hit the
Yeah,
ball
and
hard.
deliver. Yeah, there you go. He slashed at that one. It's lobbed into the air, but wide of cover and short of long off. They take a single to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Guyana 80 for 3. Dowling has moved on to 29. Rounderhall, the captain, is on 17. And they got the run rate well and truly under control. They're going at 4.2. They only need to go at just under 2.9. So they're well on target here to chase down the 169. 89 more required by Guyana. Trinidad and Tobago will be telling themselves just 7 good deliveries. 7 wickets is all we need. But this partnership has yielded some 33 runs in good time to swing the initiative back in Guyana's favour. And it's going to be a change from this to the commentary box end. More spin. More left arm spin.
And this is the introduction of Zion Phillip, vice captain, left arm orthodox, a very, very consistent bowler. Seen him a number of times this season for school and for zone. And as I mentioned earlier, in fact, opens the bowling for his school with the new ball in hand.
He tries to pull that, pure for LBW, I think a height though.
He seemed convinced.
He
but
was absolutely convinced, yes.
The keeper know the slip joined him, so there's a lacking for some team support there. But a confident young man indeed.
This time, Darlin makes connection but can't beat mid-wicket.
Yeah, what he does also is that he gets through his overs very quickly. You can see already at the top of his mark, it's a couple steps into his delivery stride. And the manner in which he approaches bowling, it doesn't give the batsmen much comfort. They always feel as if they're a bit rushed at the crease. And he keeps very consistent outside that off stump.
And he starts off with a maiden over.
Just like that,
Yes.
the blink of an eye.
So Philip bowls a maiden over. Darlin stays on 29, round the hole 17, and the score 80 for 3 after 20 overs. You had a T10 tournament, T20 tournament not so long ago, just completed or so.
Yep.
Any of these guys involved? Or they were too young?
They would have been too young.
Right.
But just as I mentioned earlier, the winning captain from last year, Brendan Boodoo, was in fact involved in the Premier 2. He reached to the finals and in fact made a half century in the finals that he came not out for his team, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, that he plays for. And they finished second in that final, but his knock was very impressive from the young man. Apart from that, most of these youngsters would be involved in the zonal level as well as the club team, and more with the reserve team or second team, depending on how they refer to it, across the islands. Those teams where they allow the youngsters opportunities to fuel into the senior team once they get more experience and once their performances show their worth.
Ramcharan continuing, that's guided down backward of point for a comfortable 2 to round the hole. Moves on to 19, 82 for 3 in over number 21. But it's good to see Brendan Boodoo, though. His cricket keep advancing, because he looked really good when I saw him in the under-15 competition a couple of years ago, leading Trinidad and Tobago to the title. Stifled appeal going down the leg side. Looks like they'll take a couple of leg byes. So we just wait on umpire Williams. Signals now. So score goes up to 84 for 3.
And the reality is that Boodoo, even though he's past the under-15 stage, he still plays cricket with a lot of these guys and against, depending on which team. Ramcharan and Philip, both of his teammates in Presentation College, where he's the captain. So, very good network.
That's played nicely. Pass backward a point, rolling out towards the boundary. Cover can't come across. 4 more to round all.
Very, very impressive shot there from Ram the Hall, I must say.
Definitely.
His ability to find the gap is truly something noteworthy, not just for a youngster of his age, but for any cricketer, because he's just playing these shots with timing. Look at that.
He's playing proper cricket shots, but look at how he waited to get the angle to get it past the backward point. He's rocketed on to 23, 88 for 3. Oh, and almost a return catch there to the diving Ramcharan. But not to be. Round the hole takes a single. So he's 24 off 17, 89 for 3. And he's taken control of this game, or of this chase. Tossed up. through to Pollard on the bounce to complete the over. So at the end of the 21st over, Guyana just need 80 more. They're 89 for 3 with Dowling on 29 and Captain Round the Hole on 24. But as you said, Xavi's not only playing very well himself, but he's definitely settled down Dowling. I think they were going to try and sneak in an extra water break there, the two batsmen. But,
well, I was
Bernard
also looking.
Joseph says
I was looking to see if they were going to have a joint water break because we noted that after the first 10 or 11
yeah,
overs,
they're doing about 10 or 11, aren't they? Yeah, true.
and then same amount of overs have passed.
But it's not to be. So Philip will continue bowling to the right-handed Ram the Hole, or again just places it square into the offside for a single. He goes on to 25, 90 for 3. Yes, but the fall of those two quick wickets in the same over to Ramcharan brought Captain Richard Ram the Hole to the crease and brought a level head, you might say, Kashal.
I certainly agree with that. Captain's presence, just the manner in which he has played, something in which the other players can take an example from.
Left-handed Philip back over the wicket to the left-handed Dowling, who just pushes that into cover. They take a single. Dowling's on to 30. And the mainstay of the innings. He's been there since ball 1. 91 for 3. Back round the wicket to the right-handed around the hole is Philip. To Pollard's credit though, he's left his catches in. He got a short mid-wicket, short extra cover and himself at slip. Mid-off and mid-on in the circle. And that's not a bad over by Zion Phillip as we take a water break at the end of the 22nd. Guyana 91 for 3 in pursuit of 169 to win. Back shortly. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for this West Indies Rising Stars Under-15s Championship clash between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Just back after water break. Guyana 92 for 3 in pursuit of 169 for victory. We're in over number 23. That's Sanjeev Bachu has taken up the attack, replacing Ethan Ramcharan. Another spinner, leg spinner. Third one we've seen for the day. Dowland is on strike, he's on 31. And he's hit that hard but straight down deep mid-wicket's throat. He's given it away, that's the wicket Trinidad and Tobago needed. They're not out of this yet. Dowland is gone, caught on the ropes for 31. Guyana 93 for 4.
A really good catch taken there as well by, it seems to be Samuel Stewart, the talented all-rounder from South Trinidad. And what a breakthrough here. Tables have turned after the drinks break.
Yes, it was a full toss and he hit it perfectly out the middle of the bat, but straight down deep mid-wicket's throat. Didn't have to move, judged it nicely. Trinidad and Tobago pick up their fourth, 93 for 4 Guyana. They still require 76.
Very calm celebration there from Stewart as well.
Yes, but how often do we see that though, Keshav, that after a break, whether it's a water break, tea break, lunch break, you name it, that a wicket falls?
Sometimes it's as simple as a fielder running on in between the overs to bring a change of gloves, a bat, or just a sip of water rather than a full break. And it just causes that momentary lapse in concentration.
Absolutely.
It's really such a mental game. It's a lovely sport of cricket. Apart from all of the physical attributes required, mental strength ever so important.
batsman at the crease, trying to pick up his number. Brandon Henry, the vice captain. So captain and vice captain looking to steer the ship home for Guyana. They still require 76 at the end of over number 23. They're 93 for 4. Captain round a hole not out on 26. So it's been a good tussle between these two so far today. Going to be Zion Phillip to continue to see Sir Courtney Ambrose end of the ground. He'll be bowling to Ramda Hall. Strokes that into the cover region. No run. Delivery played straight back to the bowler. That one they take off for a quick single and get home quite safely. And the hole goes on to 27, 94 for 4.
75 runs required.
Just need to keep turning the strike over. 45 that partnership was worth for the 4th wicket between Ramda Hall and Dowling after they lost 2 wickets for naught. Put under some pressure at 48 for 3. They got the score to 93 for 4. And at the end of that Phillip over, completion of the 24th over, Guyana 95 for 4. Round the hole on 27. Brandon Henry is on 1. 74 runs required for Guyana. Trinidad and Tobago looking for 6 wickets. Attempted cut there by Round the Hole, doesn't make contact. Single there up to long off. Bachu into round the hole. He too, Bachu, gets through these overs pretty quickly. giving the batsman much time to settle. They think about the single, shy at the stumps by the short extra cover fieldsman, but Henry had made his ground back. Interesting times though, 96 for 4 in over number 25.
And right on the money again. So it seems as if Bechu and Phillip are just going to run through these overs quickly. As I mentioned about Phillip before, he came into the attack. A very consistent bowler, but most importantly, gets through his overs quickly. And sometimes those simple little things, even without the ball being released, but just getting back to the top of your mark, just putting that extra pressure on the batsman at the crease can lead to some just rewards.
Well, certainly, and not letting the batsman settle between deliveries. As Phillip starts a new over, it's turned nicely by Ramdahall into the mid-wicket region for 1.
3 overs and just 4 runs conceded. Well, apart from that delivery in this 4th over and the single, but just goes to show you what they are doing here is that they are building that pressure on the Guyanese team by soaking up dot deliveries and getting through the overs one after the other. So by time they are able to look at the run rate, look at the scoreboard, you might realize that it's just increasing more than they would have liked. Of course, still no real worries. 72 in 149 deliveries. By all means, very gettable.
Yes, and that wicket of Dallin was important. Broke the partnership. Partnership was worth 45. And as you say, Kashav just held up the scoring. Big appeal. I think it was going down leg though. Not out, says umpire Joseph. So 97 for 4. Round the hole 27. Henry 3. 72 more required. Both these spinners operating well in tandem, keeping Guyana in check. At this stage, it's pulled, just clears mid-wicket out to sweeper, and almost a mix-up there. Henry was coming back for the second. Round the hole said no, but he made his ground back. 98 for 4. Round the hole goes on to 28. Henry on strike, he's on 3. And the over is completed. So at the end of the 26th over, Guyana 98 for 4. With Ramdahol on 28, Henry on 3. Requiring another 71 for victory. So the spinners certainly doing the job for Trinidad and Tobago. Say that Guyana at this stage though would still have things under control, still have their noses in front, but another couple of wickets here could be very interesting for Trinidad. Bachu continues. Sir Andy Roberts' end. Bowling to Ramdahol. Keeping things nice and tight. third man inside the circle. Backward point. Cover point sweeping on the boundary. Short extra cover. That one goes to mid-off. It's about 3/4 of the way in from the boundary. They take one. 99 for 4. Round the hole goes to 29. Long on, mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket on the boundary. And backward square for Bachu. It's clipped to short extra cover where Pollard has taken himself out of slip. Into that position, no run. Bachu again into around the hole. This one driven firmly up to mid-on for another single. That brings the 100 up for Guyana. So 100 for 4 in over number 27. 69 required for victory. They can afford to keep doing this, just knocking round, picking up the 1s and 2s. We'll see them home quite comfortably as long as they keep their wickets intact. As Bachu's over comes to an end, he's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 5. At the end of the over, Guyana 100 for 4 with Ramdahol on 29 and Henry on 4.
Well, one thing that's certainly been evident the last few overs, that while the Trinidad and Tobago spinners have been very economical and not giving away too many boundaries, the Guyanese batsmen seem to be content with playing defensive strokes and just rotating a strike, picking up the singles, working it around. So it's a very balanced state of the game at this point. Sense that if Trinidad and Tobago were to get another wicket, it would certainly put the momentum in them in their favour. And likewise, if Guyana want to just continue rotating a strike, maintaining that 3 runs are over benchmark. Current run rate slowly climbing to 4. That can change in just a matter of a couple of deliveries.
Quick single taken there by Henry. 101 for 4. Henry moves on to 5. Ramdahol back on strike. He's on 29. Facing Phillip. Backs away. He wasn't quite ready. Deep mid-wicket and a deep extra cover as that's turned behind square where there's ample space. And they collect 2. So good batting, good intelligent batting there by Ramdahol. Moves on to 31. 103 for 4. Taking his time, catching his breath. It's a hot day out there. The sun's still in all its glory here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Again, places that nicely in front of point. They go through for a quick single. An appeal. Lee Chow was confident, but not out, says umpire Williams. Another one to the score, 104 for 4. Ramdahol moves up to 32.
Interestingly enough, the skipper has not introduced himself as yet. And granted, the pair that's bowling right now are doing a good job, Phillip and Bachu. But just for different element as they push for 2 and they get it quite easily. So some very casual work coming off of the boundary ropes. And the bowler not too pleased, but end result 2 runs and pushes Guyana up to 108 for 4 after the end of 28 overs. Current partnership, in direct contrast to the last one with Dowling, where they were scoring at over a run of a ball with quite some ease. And at this stage, just taking it easily at the crease, not taking on any unnecessary risk. But again, just have to be mindful of that run rate slowly creeping up.
Yeah, but see, because of that last over, they got 8 from it with minimal fuss.
Correct.
Just pushing it round, taking their 1s and 2s. But that's why I say, so Vivian Richards Stadium, very difficult ground to defend. If you remember late last year, we scored 320 or so off England and couldn't defend it right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
I think we've seen that happen, despite the stadium, we've seen that happen across several locations, but can only hope for continued improvements.
So it's Bachu to continue from the southern end of Sir Andy Roberts' end. He's into his 4th over. Very economical. 1 for 6. 107 for 4 is the score. Brandon Henry on strike. That's pulled in the air but past the straighty short mid-wicket. Up to long on for a single, so he goes on to 8. 108 for 4. .62 more required by Guyana. Around the hole, almost gets a leading edge there. But Chu in again to round the hole. Turns it into the onside. No run. Partnership slowly building. 15 off 37 for the 5th wicket so far. It's hit straight to Pollard at short extra cover. No run to complete the over. So at the end of the 29th over, Guyana 108 for 4, requiring 61 more to win. Around the hole is on 33. Pollard is going to continue with his vice captain in Phillip.
See some spectators enjoying an evening bite. Restaurant seems to be very popular over there, Terry.
Yeah, it's a relatively new restaurant. Been around for about a year or so.
Have you had a chance to visit us yet?
I have several times. Food's good.
Good.
So Phillip continues hit uppishly, but past the short extra cover out towards the long off boundary. They pick up 2. I think Phillip thought the fielder there could have made a bigger effort. That was way to his right, in all fairness. Henry moves up to 10, plays that one in defence to short extra cover, and there's no run. Phillip in again to Henry. One short and played past point. Sweeper will do the fielding. restricts the scoring to 111, 111 for 4. Henry moves on to 11. Trinidad and Tobago just trying to prize a wicket out of this passage of play, keep themselves in the game. As we said at the beginning of the innings, just defending 168 on this track. The wickets is the order of the day. But over comes to an end. Guyana 111 for 4, 58 more required. Round the hole is on 33 and Henry is on 11. It's very hard to contain sides batting second when you haven't put huge total on the board.
Yeah, not only that, what you have seen from this pair at the crease, most noticeable would be their temperament, in the fact that they have been very calm, very structured, and just seem confident in their stroke play.
Bachu to continue. Let's hit up to...
Just as I say that, he skews one in the air, but safely in the end. But I was just going to make the point that the captain and vice captain are both at the crease, and both of them showing some responsibility and some leadership skills here in terms of batting through this difficult period and ensuring that they get their team closer to safety.
Tossed up by Bachu.
The bowling has been good. If it's one thing, you can't deny that the bowling has been good, but the approach from the batsman as well, very measured, very...
Yeah, it's been a very good matured approach.
Yes.
You know? Yes.
Mature, calculated, shows good understanding of the game.
That beats him.
Again, right on cue, a delivery beats the bat. So it seems as if every time he praises on either side, the opposite happens. The joys of the commentator's curse, but it's never intentional, I assure you.
Another quick single. Mid-off is about 3/4 of the way to the fence, so they've got time as they pace the shot to go through for a single. So 113 for 4. Round the hole moves on to 34. Henry's on strike now. He's on 12. He tries to whip that away. Appeal for LBW, but it looked to be heading down that leg. Not out, says umpire Williams. Pollard knows he needs a breakthrough here, so he's kept pretty tight ring of close fielders. That's good running again though, out to the sweeper on the cover point boundary. They take 2 to complete Bachu's over. So at the end of over number 31, it's 115 for 4. Henry's moved to 14 and around the hole is on 34.
Looks like umpire Gregory Brathwaite on screen. One of our most experienced and seasoned umpires in the regional level at this stage. And of course at the senior level as well. Even the international level at times. I've seen him feature. Good to have him here involved with these youngsters. Expertise always an advantage to have.
So we're going to see another bowling change by Captain Caden Pollard himself, and the short delivery pull backward a square, running out towards the boundary, crosses the rope now. A real loosener that from Pollard, dragged it down Short outside leg stump, and round the hole was not going to miss out on that. So the score goes up to 119 for 4.
Yeah, just a bit too short there from Pollard on his first delivery. But interestingly enough, we did see a bit of turn, as the ball did pitch and grip in to the pads of the right-hander.
Better delivery, straight to short extra cover and no run. So round the hole's on 38, 119 for 4. Pollard being swept, and there's no one down there backward of square 4 more. This is loose by the captain. Exactly not what he required. He needs wickets. And Guyana, less than 50 now, 123 for 4, 2 fours in this over. The partnership has been a solid one, 30 off 53 between Henry and Ramda Hall.
But even that shot again from Ramda Hall, really well played. He came back on a cross and swept it while the delivery, his leg stump was exposed. Managed to get it all along the ground.
Hit nicely in between the fielders. And they take a single to mid-on. A good over for Guyana, 9 off it already. Still 2 balls remaining, 124 for 4. Round the hole has gone up to 43. Brings Henry back on strike, he's on 14. He's put the backward square leg down on the backward square leg boundary. He's got a deep mid-wicket, long off and long on, 3/4 of the way to the fence. So already 9 coming off Caden Pollard's first over. He's in again to Henry this time, and Henry's turning this behind square. Just be the single. Fielder comes off the boundary. 125 for 4. Henry moves to 15. He's appealing for that, but that's way down leg by Pollard. Pretty ordinary first over. 10 off it. Good one for Guyana. They move on to 125 for 4. Ramda Hall is on 43. And what's that, about another 45, is it? 44. 44 runs more required. They've got 18 overs remaining and some 6 wickets.
Just taking a look back at that, like before appeal, it seemed a bit closer than initially as we thought, but as the batsman in fact moved across, similar to when he played the sweep shot, leg stump was exposed, but umpire deciding that it would have gone down the leg side.
So it's going to be Bachu to continue. Pulled away at the last minute. Did round the hole. Do that delivery again. So 125 for 4, 44 more runs required for Guyana to claim First victory of the competition. That one's pulled by Henry through mid-wicket for a single. He moves on to 16, 126 for 4. And that one's hit firmly up to long off for a single to round the hole. Moves on to 44, 127 for 4. They've approached this chase rather intelligently, the young Guyanese players. Only 42 more required at this stage. Round the hole is turning that behind square and it'll run away into the boundary. There's nobody down there. So 4 more to Henry. He moves on to 20. Score 131 for 4.
And taking the bottom edge of the bat, didn't get any good connection at all, but because it was going downhill and nobody positioned deep on the boundary, fielder did give a good chase, valiant attempt, but arrived just after the ball already touched the rope. And just as you see that shot of the ball between the ropes there, interesting question for you, Terry. If that ball hit the first rope, would it have been 4, as the first rope is different to the second rope?
Yeah, it's a bit of a split in the rope there, the two ropes where they meet. I think they'd take the first one, wouldn't they?
I don't think this game will come down to 1 run off the last delivery, but if it were such an encounter,
yes.
Close calls.
Nicely struck back past the bowler for another easy single to Henry. Moves on to 21, 132 for 4 at the end of over number 33. The partnership now worth 39. 2 good back-to-back partnerships just steadied things for Guyana after losing 2 wickets with the score on 48. But these two are going about their business very well. 132 for 4. Ramdahol is on 44. Henry is on 21. 37 more required for victory for Guyana. So Pollard's taken himself off after 1 over.
I think he should have brought himself on a bit earlier, actually. As I said before, I know that both spinners in tandem were operating efficiently in terms of bowling tight lines, but they were still being milked away for the singles or twos. Pollard has the knack of taking wickets. Sometimes you have to concede runs to get wickets, but he has been taking a lot of wickets this season. So I just thought he could have probably tried himself on over. As we see a
bit of hesitation, but comfortably home. Yes, so Zion Phillip is back on. Single off the first ball to Henry. Underhold on strike, he's on 44. Punches it into the mid-wicket region. They decided against the single this time. Played up to mid-off for another comfortable single. So Round the Hole moves on to 45, 134 for 4.
Almost yorked him there. Flatter and faster delivery from Zion Phillip, showing some of those variations. It's stylishly flicked off the legs from Henry. Should get a comfortable 2. And they do. So the partnership continues to grow. Moves on to 43. Score pushes on to 136 for the loss of 4 at the end of 34 overs. And the Guyana under 15s just need some 35 runs in 16 overs, 96 deliveries. Some of the supporters for the Trinidad and Tobago team not looking to be in the good spirits that would have emanated throughout the recent carnival season that would have ended. And of course that song made very popular throughout that season. But it's one thing about Trinidadians, they're always in good spirits no matter what. Of course the outcome of this game may not be in their favor, but they have a lot more to look forward to for the rest of matches.
Rantaram's back and he's pulled into deep mid-wicket. On the bounce though to the fielder out there.
Just short, and it's one of those situations where when the momentum is not in your favor, it just isn't, because we saw in the Red Force innings when the momentum shifted back to Guyana, everything that went in the air went straight to the fielders. Anything that goes in the air now is dropping short.
Henry slashes that through the cover region. Sweeper comes off the boundary, restricts it to 1. Henry goes to 25. Round the hole back on strike. He's on 46, 138 for 4. 31 more required. Archeran into around the hole. Appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Williams. And round the hole seems to be holding his stomach there, so I might have struck him a tad high. You look on the replay, yes. Leaning forward, but height the issue there. That's pulled again into the mid-wicket area, but along the ground this time by round the hole. He takes another one, moves to 47, 139 for 4. But Trinidad and Tobago only got themselves to blame though, really, because it was pretty poor batting once that opening partnership was broken. Then to lose the 10 wickets for just 72 runs when they had the platform there to build on a very decent score.
And as you mentioned that during the open partnership, we were wondering whether the amount of deliveries that they took would have put some extra pressure on the batsmen to come, and it eventually did, because yes, they had a good score, yes, they had a good foundation, but they were scoring at just 3 runs and over. And even if they finished the 50 overs without losing a wicket, they would have reached the 150.
Right,
so
right, yeah.
It's a matter of they batted well. Don't take anything away from the opening stance. Reaching to 97 without losing a wicket is always something good, as it's 140 for 4 after 35. But I think there were many instances where they could have just rotated the strike a bit more often. And again, no need for expansive strokes, no need for the boundary shots. Rotate the strike, the 1s and 2s, as we have seen from Ramdahal as well as Henry. They have scored some boundaries, but for a period of at least 5+ overs, when they were at the crease and the partnership was now building. They just worked it around.
Yeah, very true, Kashav, and they let that run rate play on their minds as they take another single off the first ball of Phillips' next over. Appeal for a run out at the bowler's end, but not out, says Bernard Joseph.
And as you mentioned the run rate, it just goes to show you when they were taking their time, the required run rate was increasing, but they weren't phased.
Right.
Because the more that they batted, they were able to get themselves set at the crease, and they're just finding the gaps with quite a high amount of ease. Another good Yorker. I like that variety from Phillip, showing them that he does have that quicker option in case they decide to advance.
He's gone back over the wicket to Ramda Hall, who's on 47, 141 for 4. And over number 36. 28 more required for Guyana. It's pushed into the mid-wicket area for another easy single to Ramda Hall. He goes on to 48, 142 for 4. Zion Phillip was bowled pretty tidily. He's in his 8th over, no wicket for 21. But it's wickets that Trinidad and Tobago desperately need. This one is trying to force that through the offside. Did Henry, didn't make contact, no run.
Almost a bottom edge onto the stumps, with again the luck and the positive energy. Certainly with the Guyana team, so those half chances may usually cause some discomfort, instead going in their favour.
Phillip into Henry, again beats him. And they'll take a drinks break at 142 for 4. There's 27 more required by Guyana. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Go back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Tossed up there by Pollard. Peels for LBW. Again, can't believe it's not out, but going down the leg side to Ram the Hole, who's on 48. Just 27 more required by Guyana. They're on 142 for 4. In the 37th over, chasing 169 as Pollard into Ram the Hole again. Stroke 2. Short extra cover, and there's no run. This has been a good, solid partnership between Ram the Hole and Vice Captain Henry, and that wide will bring up the 50-run partnership between these two for the 5th wicket. That's on the back of 45-run partnership between Dowlin and Ram the Hole for the 3rd wicket, and that's swept very well past the backward square leg fielder into the boundary for 4, and that is Richard Ram the Hole's 50. He moves on to 52 of 68 deliveries, 7 fours in that splendid knock of his, leading his team onto a victory here by the looks of it at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Really a mature innings from the captain, I must say. It's truly a superb knock to lead his team home to victory here.
22 now required for victory. Make that 20. Oh, and they're going to be run out here though. Oh, and a fumble by the keeper. Wow, that is poor cricket all round. He stroked the ball up to mid-off, who came in, collected it. He ran with the shot, did Ram the Hole. Henry did not move. He was basically down the non-striker's end. The return came in just wide of the stumps and fumbled by Lee Chow, and Ram the Hole was able to make his ground back in. So a huge let-off there for Trinidad and Tobago. Just about sums up their day, really. Ram the Hole survives, 147 for 4. 22 required for victory. What a let-off. He strokes it again, same shot. This time the batsmen are in agreement, no run. Pollard throws the ball away in disgust. The over comes to an end, 147 for 4 at the end of 37. Ram the Hole is on 52 and Henry is on 27. They've added 54 now for the 5th wicket, and just 22 away from victory.
And that attempted
lapse of concentration there.
Well, I think it was just a matter of him trying to finish the game off quickly while looking for that quick single, but the lapse of concentration can be seen both ways, as the keeper was unable to collect the ball cleanly and hit the stumps.
Philip starts a new over to Henry. Knocks that out to the sweeper on the cover point boundary for a single. So 148 for 4. Henry moves on to 28. Round the Hole just plays that quietly into the cover area and takes 1. He moves on to 53. It's 148 for 4. Sorry, 149 for 4. That was their chance if they were ever going to get back into the game late here. Around the Hole should have been run out. He was basically stranded at the non-striker's end. The return came in but fumbled by the keeper. 150 is up for Guyana, 150 for 4 in over number 38. Turned into the onside by around the hole. Can't beat the mid-wicket. Brings the over to an end. So Zion Phillip has gone through 9 overs. No wicket for 24. Just the 3 coming off that over. Guyana 150 for 4. 19 more required for victory. Around the hole is on 53 and Henry is on 29. Pollard will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's bowling to Henry. Henry plays it quietly into the offside. Again, round the hole, sets off for a single. That wasn't there. Quickly sent back. Caden Pollard hasn't been his day. He went for a duck. And he's bowled 2 overs prior to this. No wicket for 15. Pulled by Henry, but no timing in the shot. Straight to short mid-wicket. No run. Tossed up again and beaten.
That's the power of flight. And that's what I would have liked to see a bit more of from the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. And some of the spinners in particular. They bowled well. They bowled flat and accurate. However, on this sort of pitch, those type of deliveries are not really going to trouble the batsman. You need something a bit different. And we saw in the bowling innings from Guyana that they were very meticulous and consistent with flighting the ball, giving it air, and encouraging the Trinidadian batsmen to try and go over and try and go hard. A lot of dismissals leading to caught in the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, very true, especially when Ramcharan got that double breakthrough in that over. That was through flight, guile. That's pulled into the mid-wicket area. And they're coming back for the second run. Well run this time by Round the Hole and Henry. So 2 more to Round the Hole. He moves on to 55. And at the end of the 39th over, Guyana 153 for 4.
So now just a matter of some 16 runs.
16 runs, yes. 11 overs to do it. 6 wickets in hand.
So at this point, unless there's some extremely drastic turn of events, I think one can reasonably assume that Guyana will go on to win this encounter, having 6 wickets in hand, 16 runs left, and 66 deliveries in which to do so. It's all in their favour.
Zion Phillip bowling his last over, round the wicket to the right-handed round the hole. To Henry, I should say.
And just look at the figures of Zion Phillip. 9 overs, 0 for 24.
No,
They have not been able to score off of him, but
yeah, he bowled very well.
most importantly, no wickets. So they have been respecting his good deliveries. They have been watchful, but not throwing it away.
And he's bowled them on the trot too, unbroken. So he's bowling to Round the Hole. He's on 55. 15 required for victory. As the sun starts to set in the west. Appeal for LBW, not out, says umpire Joseph. Again, I think it was hitting leg.
Yeah, you can see the angle from the replay was drifting down leg, the natural angle. And of course, no real turn as you have seen on the surface. It still stands. The one delivery that has turned the most is the delivery that got the better of young Pollard when he came out to bat.
Yes, for sure. Straight through the gate. Fourth ball he received. That one's turned, might come off the pad. They take a... No, he got a bit of bat on it. So they take the single off the last ball. Moves them on to 155 for 4. Ramdahol is on 56. Henry is on 31. And that's after 40 overs. So just a matter of 14 runs required for victory here for Guyana.
Pollard to continue. Ramdahol will want to stay here till the end. And rightfully so. He's batting in the same manner that he has progressed for the entire innings. Measured stroke play. Good analysis of situation and just passing the outside edge. But again, not really giving anything away. Presenting the full face of the bat.
Stroke through the cover region. They think about 2 and they'll take it. Could be close. Not gathered there by Pollard. So another chance for a run out. Not accepted by Trinidad and Tobago. 157 for 4. Ramdahol moves on to 58. Again, hits it through the short extra cover fielder who gets a hand to it. And this time, just be the single.
His manipulation of the ball using the bat as well as manipulating the fielders has truly been astounding. Because they have been moved around. It's not to say that they have been in the same position at all times. They've tried to limit the run scoring, but somehow Ramdahol just seems to keep finding the gaps. And Henry as well. Can't take anything away from the innings that Henry has played in support of his captain. He would be on 32, is it? From 46 deliveries. And 159 for 4 in 41 overs. Some 10 runs remain. And some 9 overs, 54 deliveries. At this point, we're going to see the reintroduction of some seam bowling. Jaden Sadafal.
Nothing to lose now. Anybody could bowl. Just about for the Trinidad and Tobago team. That's slashed through the offside. Chase on for mid-off. They take a comfortable 2, so 2 more to Henry. Moves on to 34. 161 for 4. 8 away from victory. Easy single there. Henry moves on to 35, 162 for 4, brings round the hole back on strike. He's on 59. Sadafal into him now. Down leg, hit high over backward square into the deep backward square leg boundary for 4.
And the two batsmen just having a jovial.
Yes. Why not?
I don't know what to call that except play fight. But look at that. He's been really stylish at anything on his legs. He seems to just straighten his stance, but use his wrist to flick it at the last moment. And he's scored at least 3 to 4 boundaries using that similar type of shot. Just 3 runs needed now.
And that's driven firmly. They've got protection on the cover boundary, so just a single or a wild return and not really backed up, but they decide just on the one. So round the hole goes on to 64. Henry's back on strike. He's on 35, 167 for 4. Just 2 away from victory are Guyana. And down leg, and that's flicked high over deep backward square leg into the boundary. 4 runs. Victory for Guyana by 6 wickets with some 50 balls, 49 balls remaining. So comprehensive victory here for the Guyana under-15s in this first round match of the West Indies Rising Stars under-15 championships here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium today. They beat Trinidad and Tobago by 6 wickets. And the partnership that saw him home was between Captain Richard Ramdahall and Vice Captain Brandon Henry. Unbroken partnership of some 76 runs. Ramdahall finished on 64, Henry on 39. Guyana finishing on 171 for 4 of 41.5 overs in pursuit of 169 for victory. And that gives them a 6-wicket victory to open their account in the 2025 season of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-15 Championship. And a good comprehensive victory it was in the end there for Guyana.
Yeah, it really was a very comprehensive victory indeed from all aspects. And initially, when they started off, you just wondered if Trinidad and Tobago was going to run away with this game. An opening stand of 97 before the first wicket fell. And then it went all downhill from there. All out for 168, close to the end of their 50 overs. And then in return, the Guyanese team, they started off losing a couple wickets early on. But since the captain came to the crease, Ramdahall, and was also joined by the vice captain, Henry, they really seemed very solid, very stable and structured in their innings respectively as well as collectively for their team, and thus guiding them home to victory in the end. So a very confident, comfortable result for the Guyana under-15s as they take the points in this first game against the Trinidad and Tobago under-15s. And of course, at this point in time, it just goes to show you how it's never over until the last delivery is bowled. At some point in time, Terry, we were wondering, based on how the Guyana innings started, whether the Trinidad and Tobago would have been able to come back into the game. But due to this lovely nature of cricket, always ebbing and flowing back and forth, and it just goes to show you, that's why we all are so passionate about the sport, never a dull moment. So as this game is now concluded, I'd like to remind all of our viewers of the second round of matches coming up on April 17th. Windward Islands taking on Trinidad and Tobago at Liberta Sports Ground. Leeward Islands taking on Barbados at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium right here. And Guyana taking on Jamaica at the Antigua Recreation Ground. So, at this point, Terry,
Yes.
your thoughts on this encounter overall?
I thought it was a good performance by Guyana. I thought they started off slowly, maybe let that first partnership of Trinidad and Tobago between Jordan Julian and Davis Guerra worth 96. It made it a little bit easy for them, but once they got into their groove and stuck to their principles of bowling wicket to wicket, full and straight, it paid dividends for them. They picked up the 10 wickets for an addition of 72 runs after getting the first wicket with the score on 96. And it was an all-round performance. Patrice Fraser, Rafael McKenzie, Riaz Latif, Nathaniel Ramsamy and Brandon Henry all picking up 2 wickets apiece. It was a good knock by Jordan Julian at the top of the order for Trinidad and Tobago, who scored 53 off 99, including 3 fours and 1 6. 168 all out of 48.5 overs. You always suspected was going to be hard to defend on this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium track, and as it proved to be, Guyana getting home with 49 bowls to spare. They finished on 171 for 4, and terrific knock there by Richard Ramdahal, 64 not out. Henry stayed with him, 39 not out, and 31 to Dowland at the top of the order. So good effort by Guyana. Trinidad need a little bit of work, but I don't think they'll be too disappointed when they have a look at the results of the other games. And I'll just bring them to you before we wrap up on Cricket 360. Leeward Islands were bowled out for 109. Windward Islands 110 for 2 off 25.5 overs to win by 8 wickets. And Barbados knocking over Jamaica for just 77 in under 25 overs. And they made 78 for 1, the defending champions Barbados, in 18 overs. So this was the match of the round, and a good match all in all, but well done to Guyana. And don't forget, we will be back here on Thursday at 9:30 for the Leeward Islands up against Barbados. But you can follow all the matches and watch all the games as they're streamed live on West Indies YouTube channel, thanks to Cricket 360. So on behalf of myself, Terry Laraji, and Kashev Bahadur Singh. Did I get that right?
That's fine, Terry. Definitely, it was a pleasure.
It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
On behalf of our cameraman as well, Mr. Gordon Pierre, we'd like to thank all of you for being with us today. We look forward to you joining us on Thursday, and not only at this location, but at all of the other locations where each match will be streamed live. And we encourage those of you in person to come down and show your support to these youngsters. So that's it from us. Bye for now. Take care, and we'll see you soon.